Chapter 1264. When Yi Tianyun appeared, not only Yu Ming, but many other generals also stood up. They did not know Yi Tianyun's identity. When they saw Yi Tianyun, all of them became vigilant. Don't be agitated. He is our true leader. He is the one supporting us from behind. Yu Ming indicated to the general beside him not to be agitated. True leader. Their eyes lit up. A long time ago, they had heard of a leader, but they had never seen him before. But now that they saw him, they sized up Yi Tianyun from head to toe. They did not have the slightest bit of respect. Yi Tianyun did not show off his skills in front of them, so they were not convinced at all. As for Yu Ming, it was different. She was the true leader now. Everyone listened to her orders and did whatever she told them to do. All of you, show some respect. He is our true leader. All of you have to listen to his instructions. Do you understand? Yu Ming snorted coldly. When he saw their disdainful gazes, he was immediately enraged. Yes, sir. They were forced to listen to Yi Tianyun, and they still felt unhappy. On the surface, it was normal, but in their hearts, they were unconvinced. It was undeniable that Yi Tianyun's cultivation was that of the Lord of Heaven, stronger than the generals present. However, there were also some generals whose cultivation had also reached the level of the Lord of Heaven. They only listened to Yu Ming's orders. After all, it was Yu Ming who saved them. What could Yi Tianyun do? Control from behind. But they only saw Yu Ming doing his best, and did not see Yi Tianyun doing his best. Now, he suddenly appeared, and said that he wanted to take charge of this place. They were equivalent to a hard bone, and it was not that easy to bite. After all, they had all been slaves before, so what was there to be afraid of? Especially now that they were enemies with the evil spirit race. They were even more fearless. If it wasn't for Yu Ming's orders, they wouldn't have bothered with Yi Tianyun. Even if a god lord was here, they wouldn't listen. They could be said to be people who had died once. What was there to be afraid of? Yi Tianyun patted Yu Ming's shoulder and smiled. There's no need for that. I'll leave them to you. I'll just support you from behind. How could he not guess what they were thinking? He knew that if he interfered now, it would affect their morale. Therefore, it was better to let Yu Ming lead the team. Moreover, she was indeed a good leader. More than half of Fan Yu's evil spirit race had been eradicated, causing the elders of the evil spirit divine realm to stomp their feet in anger. But Yu Ming was still unhappy. She had originally wanted to bring out a bunch of experts and hand them over to Yi Tianyun to manage. There's no need to say anything more about that. Tell me about the current situation. It doesn't seem to be looking too good. Yi Tianyun did not say much about this. When the time came, they would naturally obey him. All right. Yu Ming did not waste any time and immediately reported the current situation. The general content was very simple. The evil spirit divine realm had sent out many experts, including the Lord of Heaven, and there were even divine lord experts. The strongest cultivation level of the slaves on their side was only at the Lord of Heaven, facing the divine Lord. They had no way of resisting at all. Therefore, they were discussing how to lure the divine Lord away and destroy the remaining evil spirit race's forces. The difficulty of this was not small. If they were not careful, it would bring about a destructive blow. I understand the general situation. I wonder if you're ready? After Yi Tianyun understood the situation, he smiled. So it was this kind of difficult problem. It was really not difficult for him. I'm ready. Yu Ming's eyes lit up. She knew that Yi Tianyun was prepared to personally lead them to a great battle. All right, prepare to set off and exterminate the remaining evil spirit race. Yi Tianyun's eyes burned. As long as he destroyed the remaining wave, Fan Yu's evil spirit race's forces would completely disappear. If Fan Yu's evil spirit race's forces disappeared, it would be the evil spirit divine realm's turn. Wait a minute. At this time, many generals stood up and looked at Tianyun and said solemnly, "Lord, is there no plan?" They could not take it anymore. Without saying anything about a plan, they would just charge over. Wouldn't they all be wiped out? Yu Ming was furious. She had followed Tianyun for a period of time and knew Tianyun's abilities. She also knew that his methods were definitely not wrong. Seeing that they were disobedient, she was furious. Just as she was about to say something, she was stopped by Tianyun. "My plan has always been very simple. It is to directly charge over and kill whatever I see." Tianyun looked at them and said with a faint smile, "Kill whatever you see? Lord, the other party has a divine Lord-level expert. Your current cultivation should only be the Lord of Heaven, right? Are you sure that going over like this is not equivalent to sending us to our deaths?" Their expressions were ugly. After all, this kind of thing was not rare. For the sake of victory, those in high positions would do anything. Although they were not afraid of death, they did not want to be cannon fodder, nor did they want to die. Even if they died, they had to die with some value. If it was a defeat or a battle where they were crushed, they did not want to do it. Tianyun silently glanced at them and did not say much. As expected of a slave who had always been oppressed, their rebellious emotions were truly crazy. Master's decision is definitely not wrong. Master will not let us die in vain. Yu Ming could not stand it any longer and directly stood up to angrily complain to them. "Lord Ming, we only listen to your orders." From the beginning, they did not plan to listen to Tianyun's orders. They would only listen to Yu Ming's orders. Even if they died in battle in the end, they would be extremely convinced. Their lives were originally given by Yu Ming. Yu Ming was about to explode from anger and was extremely embarrassed. She had originally wanted to control this generation and hand it over to Tianyun to manage, who knew that such a thing would happen, causing her to feel both angry and helpless. Under this tense atmosphere, a guard suddenly rushed over from outside and hurriedly said, "Not good, not good." The guards over there sent news that a large group of evil spirit race were rushing over, including the Divine Lord Rancor. "I don't know how they discovered our hiding place, but it's best to escape immediately." The faces of the generals changed, including Yu Ming's. It seemed like they were going to retreat. "Lord Ming, it seems like we can only retreat for now." The generals hurriedly said. They did not have a good plan, so they naturally did not dare to fight the other party head-on. Otherwise, they would definitely die. Yu Ming turned to look at Tianyun, wanting to hear what he had to say. "It's too late. They're already here." Just as Tianyun finished speaking, an aura that suppressed the heavens and earth came from outside. It pressed down from the sky and suppressed the entire place. Their expressions changed. It seemed like they could not escape. They did not expect them to kill so quickly. "Didn't you want to see my abilities? You'll see it in a while." Tianyun smiled indifferently with an indescribable confidence. Chapter 12:65. Tianyun's words caused them to be stunned. Could it be that Tianyun was going to personally go out and kill the intruder? However, the intruder's cultivation was at the Divine Lord level. How could a Lord of Heaven deal with him? A bunch of trash at the bottom actually dares to rebel. "All of you, come out and die." The Divine Lord's aura pressed down from the sky, causing their bodies to tremble and their legs to go limp. Just this aura alone was already difficult for them to resist. How were they supposed to resist it head-on? It wasn't just this Divine Lord. There were also many Lords of Heaven surrounding them from the outside, surrounding them and making it impossible for them to escape. In just a short period of time, they had already rushed over. Their speed was simply too fast, so fast that it was shocking. They had clearly hidden quite well, but who knew that they would be discovered so quickly? How could this be? We are so remote, yet we were discovered. The faces of the generals turned ugly, especially when they sensed the aura around them. They knew that they had nowhere to run. I think there's a traitor among you. Otherwise, it would be impossible for you to be discovered so quickly. Tianyan squinted his eyes. There were quite a few cultivators hiding here. There were thousands of them, so it was normal for there to be traitors among them. Yu Ming's ability was to lead them, but it was not absolute. If some of their cultivations were higher than Yu Ming's, then their loyalty would be lower. Therefore, Yu Ming's cultivation had to increase, or else his control would definitely decrease. Traitor! Yu Ming's gaze turned cold. Thinking about it carefully, it was not impossible. Although they had all been slaves before, some liked to betray others in order to obtain benefits. Especially those who felt that these people were unable to deal with the evil spirit race. They simply chose to betray them. This way, they would obtain more benefits and not care about the situation of others. The expressions of the other generals changed. This was indeed possible. Whether or not there is a traitor is no longer important. Tianyan did not say anything else as he turned around and flew out. Right now, they were not discussing who the traitor was, but how to defend against these enemies. Yu Ming followed and quickly flew out. The other generals also followed along. After they flew out, what they saw was naturally the evil spirit race surrounding this place. The leader was the evil spirit race's divine lord Rancor. With his cultivation, he would normally be considered a general of the evil spirit race. Tianyan took a look. It was not the evil spirit race general that he had seen before. The evil spirit divine territory was so vast, so it was normal that he had not seen all the divine lord powerhouses. This is a great humiliation. With just a few of you, you actually managed to overthrow most of Fan Yu's forces. General Lars said coldly, "Giving you the opportunity to serve us is already your greatest honor. I didn't expect you to betray us. If that's the case, then all of you can go to hell." So many of Fan Yu's forces were destroyed that even the elders were alerted. If he was enraged by this situation, he would definitely kill if he could and would not hold back. Even if they had to kneel down and beg for mercy to become slaves again, they still didn't want them. Instead, they wanted to completely annihilate them, leaving no one alive. "It's our honor to serve you," Tianyan sneered. "You evil spirit race are truly arrogant. You are the most disgusting race I have ever seen. If I see one, I will kill one. If I see two, I will kill two. I wish I could exterminate all of you evil spirit race, a group of disgusting races that should not have appeared in this world." Tianyun's sharp words caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. To be able to say such arrogant words in the face of a divine lord, it was truly not simple. The rest of the cultivators of the Lord of Heaven were suppressed by this aura to the point that they were unable to resist, let alone say any arrogant words to refute. Just this point alone, Tianyun's actions made them have a good impression of him. At the very least, their master's master was not a weakling. Even when facing the experts of the evil spirit race, he was not afraid at all. "Arrogant humans," General Lars sneered. "How dare trash humans like you say such arrogant words? Since that's the case, I'll start with you and devour you one by one. I'm just hungry." General Lars' 16 arms spread out behind his back, and his huge body was like a towering mountain as he charged over. He was so fast that they could not even see him. In the next second, he had already arrived in front of Tianyan, opening his huge palm and grabbing towards him. He did not intend to kill Tianyan, but to capture him alive. In his opinion, as long as one was a divine lord, they were all ants. He could easily kill them and knead them however he wanted. However, his thinking was indeed correct. Everyone below the Divine Lord level was an ant. Unfortunately, Yi Tianyun was not an ant, but a lion. Master, Yu Ming hurriedly dodged and blocked in front of Yi Tianyun, wanting to use his own body to block General Lar's attack. The other generals' expressions changed, but it was too late to drag him back. General Lar was too fast. Unless he stood beside them, he would not even be able to drag him back. Moreover, even if he managed to drag him back, he would not be able to escape. The difference between an Earth Lord and a Divine Lord, or a Lord of Heaven, was too great. Yi Tianyun reached out and dragged Yu Ming to his side. Then, with a light wave of his hand, the starry divine spear appeared and shot forward like an arrow. In an instant, it was as if a Milky Way pierced through the void, leaving a silver light in everyone's eyes. In the next second, General Lar, who was pouncing over, was frozen in the void. His hand that wanted to grab him froze at the side, unable to move even an inch. Then, General Lar's huge body began to collapse rapidly, turning into nothingness and scattering in all directions. It was obvious that his body was in a state of collapse. With just one shot, General Lar was killed in an instant. What kind of power is this? General Lar's eyes were filled with fear, but before Yi Tianyun could answer, his body had already turned into powder and disappeared from everyone's sight. Yi Tianyun did not move at all. The starry divine spear in his hand had returned to him, and he was holding it firmly in his hand. A mere god, Lord, level 2 evil spirit race dares to be arrogant in front of me? Yi Tianyun sneered. If one did not have a god lord level 7 or 8 evil spirit races cultivation level, one should really not jump around in front of him. Otherwise, he would only need one move to easily kill him. Master, Yu Ming's beautiful eyes widened. She did not expect her master to have become so powerful that he could kill a god lord with just a flick of his finger. She knew that Yi Tianyun was capable, but she did not expect him to be so powerful. He was so powerful that it was terrifying. When the other cultivators who were in despair saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. The generals who originally thought that Yi Tianyun was arrogant and conceited were now dumbfounded. In their minds, they thought that Yi Tianyun was only a Lord of Heaven cultivator. Chapter 1266. The fact that Yi Tianyun had killed the evil spirit race's divine lord in one move immediately stunned them, and they did not recover from their shock for a moment. It was impossible for the Lord of Heaven to instantly kill a divine lord, but the truth was right in front of their eyes. They thought that the arrogant and conceited leader had displayed an astonishing level of skill, reversing their common sense. Not only were Yu Ming's side stunned, the evil spirit race in front of them were also shocked. Their general had been killed in an instant. What about them? They would definitely be easily killed. Run! They turned around and ran. They did not have time to think. They only thought of one thing. Under normal circumstances, the evil spirit race's military rules were strict. If they were to casually escape, they would be executed. But now that their general had been killed in an instant, and they, who were not even as strong as the Divine Lord, what was the point of staying here? You want to escape? Yi Tianyun sneered. He transformed into a silver river and swept forward, turning all the evil spirit race he touched into dust. It was as if he would die if he touched it. Coupled with the use of the Phoenix race's bloodline, his speed instantly increased by 100 times. The terrifying speed made them unable to even see it, but a large number of evil spirit race S had already been swept away. In less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, all the evil spirit race S that had surrounded them had turned into dust. After easily killing them, Yi Tianyun quickly returned to Yu Ming and glanced at them indifferently. It's been settled. Their bodies trembled, their eyes filled with fear and reverence. Thinking back to their previous disrespect, they wondered if they would be executed. How could such a disrespectful act not be executed? This was equivalent to offending one's superiors, and even more so, questioning the strength of a superior. Under normal circumstances, this was definitely a huge taboo. Master is invincible. Yu Ming half knelt on the ground, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise and admiration. She had long known that Yi Tianyun had the ability. It was just that it had exceeded her expectations. However, she quickly accepted it. She knew that her master would definitely not do anything that he was not confident in. She had seen it before, so she naturally knew that Yi Tianyun was not the kind of person who would boast. And my lord is invincible. Everyone else knelt down one after another. Since Yu Ming had knelt down, how could they still dare to stand? Yi Tianyun nodded. He glanced at the front and smiled faintly. Do I have the qualifications to lead you? Yes, absolutely qualified. If my lord doesn't have the qualifications, then who does? That's right. We were in the wrong previously for doubting my lord's strength. If possible, we are willing to accept punishment. We're not afraid of death, but we don't want to be cannon fodder. No matter who it is, we will have our doubts. If the Lord were to punish us, he wouldn't even bat an eyelid. All of their gazes became incomparably sharp. They were filled with respect towards Yi Tianyun, but they were even more determined and pleasantly surprised. They were naturally very happy to have such a powerful leader. Only then would he be able to completely eradicate the evil spirit race and help them take revenge. Amongst the cultivators present, most of them had a blood feud with the evil spirit race. Countless of their relatives and friends had died at the hands of the evil spirit race. So how could they not want to take revenge? Therefore, they did not want to die casually. No matter what, they had to kill a few more evil spirit races. Your thoughts are very normal, I can understand. It is undeniable that there are indeed some leaders like this, but I am not one of them. Yi Tianyun glanced at them and said in a deep voice, I will not blame you for this. Everyone, get up. Thank you, my lord. Only then did they stand up one by one and look at Yi Tianyun with completely different gazes. Yi Tianyun walked forward, and after looking around, he said coldly, However, there is one thing that needs to be investigated thoroughly, and that is the traitor. Traitor. Their hearts trembled, and only then did they remember what Yi Tianyun had said before, and that was the problem of the traitor. However, their companions all knew that there was no way to find out who the traitor was. Master, do you have any clues? Yu Ming's eyes lit up as he followed beside Yi Tianyun and asked, Of course I have a clue, and your responsibility is quite big. There are quite a few traitors among us. Yi Tianyun smiled indifferently. Many traitors? Master, please help me find them. Yu Ming's beautiful eyes gradually became incomparably cold. Killing the traitor would not be any weaker than killing the evil spirit race. That's for sure. What I hate the most in my life are traitors. Yi Tianyun smiled at them, causing their hearts to tremble. Could it be that Yi Tianyun really knew who the traitor was and did not randomly drag him out? The rest of the generals looked at each other, not knowing how Yi Tianyun had found them. Could it be that he had searched their souls one by one? This was indeed the simplest and most crude method, but it was easy to arouse disgust. In addition, there were so many cultivators now. It would be quite difficult to search their souls one by one. Yi Tianyun did not say anything as he walked over step by step. When he passed by a cultivator, he dragged him out. After rolling on the ground a few times, he lay on the ground, unable to move. This cultivator's power had been sealed, so he naturally could not move. The second, the third, the fourth, the 27th. he threw out 27 cultivators in one go, shocking everyone. There were actually 27 cultivators. Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? There were actually so many traitors. However, this was not the end. Tianyun walked in front of the generals of the Lord of Heaven and patted one of the generals on the shoulder. You hit it quite well. I didn't expect that as a general here, you would be a traitor. After saying that, he threw him out fiercely and heavily smashed him onto the ground, causing his face to be bruised. My lord, I can't accept this. I am a general. How can I be a traitor? The general who was thrown out roared. That's right, my lord. How could I be a traitor? I have killed many evil spirit races and have made countless contributions. The other cultivators who had been thrown to the ground also roared, feeling as if they had been treated differently. The cultivators looked at each other in dismay, but they did not come out to stop him. They believed that Tianyun would give them a reasonable explanation. You're not a traitor just because you've made countless contributions. Tianyun sneered. Start the soul search now. If I catch one wrong person, I won't have the qualifications to be your commander. From today onwards, I will turn around and leave, and I will definitely not interfere. Tianyun's ruthless words caused the cultivators, who were originally a little resentful, to not have the slightest intention of stopping him. After all, since he had already said so, he would use the soul search to verify his true identity and see who was lying and who was the real traitor. Speaking of traitors, their hearts were even colder to the extreme. Who hated traitors, especially those who had joined the evil spirit race. It was even more disgusting. Chapter 12:67. The eyes of the cultivators who were thrown out and controlled were filled with fear, not anger. Some of them even started to shout, saying how many meritorious deeds they had done, how many evil spirit race beings they had killed, and how many companions they had saved. Some cultivators wanted to stand up and say a word or two, saying that their companions were not traitors. However, they endured it in the end. Tianyun had already spoken. If there was any mistake in his judgment, he would immediately scram. What else could they say when his words were so ruthless, especially since Tianyun had saved everyone just now? Logically speaking, they still owed Tianyun a life. Under such circumstances, how could they still dare to stand up and help? I wonder if you guys will do the soul search, or if I will. Tianyun looked at Yu Ming and the others and said, "Let's leave it to the Lord." They looked at their companions and couldn't bear to search their companions' souls, especially since there was a general among them. They almost shouted that this general couldn't be a traitor. However, due to the pressure and Tianyun's oath, they chose to tacitly agree. As long as the soul search wasn't extremely resistant, there wouldn't be any problems. So it wasn't a big problem. All right, since you want me to do it, I'll do it. Tianyun walked straight to the traitors, waved his hand, and hung them up in the air. Then he searched their souls through the air, and at the same time, he transformed their memories into images. After this is done, I will give you a reincarnation treasure and give you your freedom. As long as you report all the details to me, I will give you your freedom, and there will be no lack of treasures for you. The evil spirit divine realm has sent a general, a divine lord. You think you can escape? Obediently join us, and you will be able to obtain even more benefits. Do you understand? Images appeared in their minds, one after another. The cultivators who wanted to refute Tianyun now obediently shut their mouths, not daring to say a word. Soul-searching was definitely not a mistake. All of their minds were filled with scenes of betrayal, including that of the general. They all felt that there was no hope of resisting and even less hope of escaping. They were afraid of death and chose to betray their comrades in the end. Some were greedy and put their companions to death. The more they looked at it, the more chilling they felt. This was especially so for Yu Ming. His heart had turned cold. If not for Yi Tianyun's timely arrival, they would have been completely annihilated. What a joke! Do you think you'll be fine by relying on them? Once I'm done using you, I'll turn you back into slaves and torture you. What freedom? What benefits? With the evil spirit race's savagery, how could they be so generous? When Yi Tianyun let them see this scene one by one, he sneered at their betrayal. Many cultivators were extremely naive, thinking that the evil spirit race would really fulfill their promise. Who knew that in the end, it was as if they were farting and would not fulfill their promise at all. Unless he made an oath, then there would be some credibility. But would they swear an oath? It had always been empty talk. Yi Tianyun had already seen through everything a long time ago, but there were still cultivators who fell for his tricks time and time again. At the end of the day, many situations were too desperate. They thought that they could not escape and could only choose to betray their companions to survive. I'll leave these traitors to you. How you want to deal with them is up to you. Yi Tianyun waved his hand, and they all fell limply to the ground. The soul search had ended. When they regained consciousness, they saw their good brothers, whose eyes were filled with coldness and killing intent. Almost everyone was the same. They looked at them with killing intent, wanting to kill them on the spot. General Qi, I didn't expect you to betray us. We are comrades in arms and have gone through countless difficulties together. The eyes of the general at the side were all red. He felt that everything was not worth it. They had gone through life and death together, thinking that they would share the joys and sorrows. Who knew that it was just their wishful thinking? The other party had betrayed them, and everything seemed so laughable. You guys listen to my explanation. It was already useless to explain. They were full of nonsense, and no one would accept their explanation. No matter what the explanation was, the result of betrayal was death. Very quickly, they were hacked to death. Even if they were hacked to death, they would not be able to completely vent the anger in their hearts. They still felt extremely angry, but even more so, they felt waves of sorrow. They had treated their companions as companions who had gone through life and death with them, but they had used their lives to exchange for money and freedom. After venting, all of them looked at Yi Tianyun with gazes filled with worship. They didn't know how Yi Tianyun found them, but it was possible that he had investigated them. In short, none of them were wrong. Thank you, my lord, for helping us find the traitor. One by one, they knelt down again. Those who had originally suspected Yi Tianyun all felt somewhat guilty. Don't worry, everyone has their own choice, and that's their choice. I hope that even if you really want to betray us, don't join the evil spirit race. Yi Tianyun said in a deep voice. They are all selfish. They won't even believe in their own clansmen and make promises. So why would they believe in outsiders? These words were not spoken carelessly. The current situation of the evil spirit race was like this. They were all selfish fellows, and whoever cooperated with them was an idiot. All of them nodded their heads. They would not choose to betray them. Instead, they would be loyal to Yu Ming and even more loyal to Yi Tianyun. Through this matter, they had completely submitted to Yi Tianyun, and they were completely convinced. While they still don't know and haven't sent more reinforcements, let's carry out a general attack and uproot Fan, use evil spirit race. Yi Tianyun looked at them and said sternly, "Yes, sir." They roared, their morale high. This time, they felt that with Yi Tianyun around, they would definitely be victorious in every battle. Seeing their morale increase greatly, Yi Tianyun was very satisfied. "Master, how did you discover those traitors?" Yu Ming was a little curious. "About this, I saw it." Yi Tianyun smiled slightly. You saw it. Yu Ming's head was filled with fog. No matter how she looked, she could not see through it. Everyone had concealed it very well. So how could she see through it at all? That's right, I saw it. Yi Tianyun laughed. There's no need to think too much about it. We'll set off later to fight and eradicate the evil spirit race. All right. Yu Ming did not say much. In any case, it was enough for her to know that she was loyal to Yi Tianyun. Actually, Yi Tianyun was not lying. He had indeed seen through it. The appraisal, I could clearly see their loyalty and good impression. These traitors did not have any loyalty towards him at all. One must know that he had just saved their lives, so no matter what, their good impression and loyalty would increase. Chapter 1268. After this small interlude, not only did their morale not drop, it had instead risen rapidly. This was all thanks to Yi Tianyun. Even if their companions had betrayed them, with him holding the fort, what else was there to be afraid of? Immediately after, a group of people started to surge towards Fan Yu's evil spirit race. Fan Yu's forces were just short of a small wave. After exterminating this small wave, Fan Yu's evil spirit race's forces would temporarily be gone. Why did he say that it was temporarily gone? If the evil spirit divine realm sent people down and continued to establish it, it would naturally be rebuilt. However, Yi Tianyun would not give them this chance. After destroying Fan Yu's forces, he would turn to the divine realm's forces. Under Yu Ming's lead, they flew straight to Fan Yu's evil spirit race's forces. Yi Tianyun did not let himself take full control, but continued to let Yu Ming lead. He did not plan to use the main force, but left everything to them. Unless they had powerful cultivation, he would not make a move. This was a ruthless training for them. If they were to be left to him to deal with, these people would never grow. Moreover, they did not want Yi Tianyun to make a move. It seemed to reduce casualties, but personally killing their enemies was the only way to truly achieve the feeling of revenge. If they let Yi Tianyun deal with it, although they could also take revenge, they felt that it would not be as good as dealing with it themselves. Therefore, they all planned to deal with it themselves. Unless some experts appeared, there was no need for Yi Tianyun to do it himself. After a period of rushing, they did not hide their figures, and they openly killed their way over. As long as there was no extremely strong evil spirit race, it would not be difficult for them to deal with it. They were people who had been revived, and they were even more ferocious than the evil spirit race in battle. This time, they no longer hid, but attacked head-on. This was also Yu Ming's plan, to let Yi Tianyun experience the battle prowess of this group of cultivators. It's right in front of us. Prepare for a bloody battle. Yu Ming's eyes were cold. The sharp sword in his hand glowed with a faint red light, and a murderous aura rose from all directions. The experts behind him all took out their weapons at the same time, which were also glowing with a faint red light. These red lights were all their achievements, the achievements of killing the evil spirit race. Once they went crazy, even they were afraid of themselves. Yi Tianyun looked up and saw that the evil spirit's headquarters, the Phantasm City, was right in front of them. Originally, Phantasm City wasn't a large city. However, due to Yu Ming's relentless attacks, their forces had gradually shrunk, and they had all gathered in Phantasm City. Now that the Phantasm City had been expanded, more and more evil spirits were gathered in it. There were many layers of defense outside, and it was extremely tight. This was a critical period, so how could they dare to relax? They were all extremely vigilant. Their arrogance had turned into vigilance and even a little fear. Yu Ming's slave army was quite a large number. They were just scattered. If they were gathered together, it would not only be thousands of them, but tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of them. Those who gathered together were those with relatively high cultivation and status. Only then would they gather together to discuss matters. The rest of the cultivators were scattered in different places, and they could come to help at any time. That was what was happening now. Groups of cultivators were rapidly pouring in from all directions. The lowest cultivation base was at the Star-Lord level. It could be said that they were densely packed. There were at least tens of thousands of them in total. Yu Ming's cultivation base had already broken through to the second Refinement Earth Lord level, and he was leading a group of people whose cultivation bases were higher than his. No one would believe it if he told others. However, she had done it. As a woman, what she had done was far beyond what others could do. However, his cultivation was still a bit too low. After this matter was over, he had to make Yu Ming's cultivation increase by a level. Only then would he be able to better control this army and make them maintain their absolute loyalty. If her cultivation base was too low, their loyalty would be reduced. For example, those traders all had higher cultivation bases than her, so they would be disloyal. If their cultivation base was high, their loyalty would not be shaken. This was Yu Ming's special ability. It could be said that she was born to lead troops, and she could help him expand his territory. According to the information we received, the highest cultivation base is only at the second layer of the Lord of Heaven, and most of them are at the fourth Refinement Earth Lord level. Now, follow me. No need to go around in circles. Just kill them. Yu Ming immediately gave the order. Now that the security was so tight, they would be discovered no matter which corner they entered from. Since that was the case, why not fight them head-on? They could directly devour them with the strongest force and the strongest morale. Kill. Tens of thousands of cultivators roared as they swarmed towards the Phantasm City. Like a tidal wave, they swarmed forward and drowned the Phantasm City. Tianyun didn't make a move. He just stood where he was and watched the battle. If he made a move, he would be able to suppress them easily. However, they all needed more training. It was impossible for him to conquer the world alone. He needed more capable subordinates so that he could protect the three realms in the future and become an absolute army of the three realms. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The evil spirit guard's expression changed when he saw the swarm of cultivators. He immediately sounded the emergency signal, telling all the experts in the Phantasmal City to get ready. What's going on? Didn't General Lar lead his people to encircle them? How can they still come here? Could it be that General Lar is dead? Impossible. General Lar is a divine lord powerhouse. How can these slaves possibly kill General Lar? Whether they believed it or not, Yu Ming and the other cultivators had already rushed down and slammed into the shield. They began to destroy the shield in a frenzy. Their battle state was extremely frenzied. Seeing their enemies, their eyes reddened. How could they not erupt with even greater power? Break! Tianyun flicked his finger. The star divine spear turned into a silver river and pierced through the thick shield. Although he didn't make a move, it didn't mean that he wouldn't make a move. It was still necessary to break the shield. If they couldn't break it for a long time, the casualties would be extremely serious. Therefore, they had to break the shield as soon as possible. After breaking the shield, they were stunned for a moment. Then, they shouted and continued to fight. Yu Ming knew that it was Yi Qianyun's contribution. He didn't say anything and rushed down with the cultivators. For a time, a great battle immediately broke out. Groups of cultivators were not afraid of death at all as they pounced forward and fought with the evil spirit race. Soon, both sides suffered casualties. The cultivators were even more seriously injured. Since it was a battle, there were bound to be casualties. However, when they were about to change to someone else to heal their wounds, a green beam of light enveloped them and healed their wounds quickly. They could even regrow their broken arms. As long as they didn't lose their heads or have their souls destroyed. They could recover. Chapter 1269. Without a doubt, Etienne exchanged for the Voodoo Divine set. He was not in a hurry to exchange for the rest of the set. He was very optimistic about the Voodoo Divine set. It had super healing ability and super defensive power. It could be said to be a global support, healing all cultivators within sight. Voodoo Divine set requires the cultivation of the Lord of Heaven to equip it. Can transform into Voodoo Divine set. After transforming into Voodoo Divine set, one's own healing ability increases by 500 times. Defense increases by 1,000 times. Invincibility skill, absolute defense against Divine Lord level attacks for 5 minutes. Cooldown time is 2 hours. At the same time, it can heal everyone within sight. The effect varies according to cultivation level, consumes 1 compressed crazy point per minute. With such amazing effect, how could he not exchange for it? Compared to other sets, he appreciated this set more. In a group battle, the effect of using it was absolutely amazing. He was not afraid of getting injured at all. In addition, he also had invincibility skill, so he was not afraid of fighting a Divine Lord. However, if a Divine Lord wanted to fight him, they should not fight him head-on unless they were Divine Lord level 9 or above. His current power could be said to be extremely brutal. Ordinary Divine Lords could not stop him. It's amazing. This is the power of Master. I was seriously injured just now, but now I have recovered most of it. I will recover after a little rest. Yes, it's amazing. My injuries will be healed soon, and I can continue to fight with the evil spirit race. With Master here, why should we worry about losing? We will definitely win this battle. They were all shocked. They had never seen such a scene before. With someone constantly healing them from behind, what was there to be afraid of? This was equivalent to turning them into an undead army. They were not afraid of getting injured in battle. Even if they were injured, they would recover immediately after a little retreat. Yu Ming was overjoyed. Seeing his battle losses dropping rapidly, it was very likely that he would become a state of 0 casualties. In the previous battles, there would be casualties. This was the inevitable result. Now that they had Etienne behind them, they were not afraid of getting injured. Their morale was continuously rising, making them invincible. Master is too powerful, really too powerful. Yu Ming brandished the sword in his hand and unceasingly killed the evil spirit race's people. One by one, the evil spirit race's people were easily killed by them. This scene caused the evil spirit race's side to be scared out of their wits. They had clearly just cut off one of the enemy's arms, but they recovered in a moment. With their cultivation, it wasn't difficult for them to regrow their limbs. But wasn't the speed of recovery a little too fast? It could be said that in the blink of an eye, the severed arm had regrown, which was much more terrifying than their regenerative abilities. Quick, evacuate. Report the situation here to the higher-ups. One by one, the evil spirit race could only choose to retreat. This was simply a one-sided suppression. What was the point of staying here? However, what welcomed them was a group of cultivators surrounding them. They had already surrounded this place. If they wanted to escape, they would have to ask this group of cultivators first. Seeing that they were getting more and more courageous as they fought, Etienne felt that this set of voodoo with divine equipment was really powerful. There was actually a profession here called healer. The effect was similar to his, which was to use their vast life force to continuously heal their teammates. It was just that the requirements for healers were quite stringent, and they needed a very powerful wood-type power to achieve this effect. Moreover, the effects weren't as monstrous as his. Wherever he looked, he would be able to quickly heal. This meant that the tens of thousands of cultivators in this area were all within his healing range. Those healers were far inferior to Etienne's ability. The two of them weren't even on the same level. He wouldn't make a move, but it wouldn't be a problem for him to support the healers from afar. This way, he could also cultivate their combat ability, and most importantly, he could also obtain experience. Ding! Successfully killed evil spirit race, 3rd Refinement Earth Lord. Obtained experience. Ding! Successfully killed evil spirit race, 2nd Refinement Earth Lord. Obtained experience. It could be said that he could obtain experience from all the evil spirit race they killed. Piles of experience kept surging up, making him feel very comfortable. They didn't need to fight at all. They just needed to heal from afar, and they could obtain experience from killing evil spirit race. He was also extremely short of experience right now, so he wanted as much as he could. The experience of these evil spirit race was a little less, but it was very little. With so many evil spirit race beings, he would definitely be able to level up. With his support, the results of the battle soon came out. The Phantasm City and the surrounding asteroids were completely surrounded by them. Not a single evil spirit race was left. They were all killed. It was not that they were cruel, but that the evil spirit race was too disgusting. It was useless to keep them alive. They didn't feel grateful at all. Instead, they would counterattack and kill those who showed mercy. It's finally over. After witnessing the whole process, it could be said that they had crushed the evil spirit race with irresistible force. It was a perfect victory. Not a single person on their side died. They all survived. This was an incredible thing. No one would believe that they didn't die after killing so many evil spirit race beings. Etianyan had indeed done it. This meant that in the future, he would be able to heal his companions crazily in a state of unscathed. It's a pity that this set of equipment can't be given to others. Otherwise, it would really be invincible. Etianyan suddenly thought of something and slapped his thigh in surprise. The set of equipment can't be given to others, but it can be used by the puppets. The evil spirit puppets could use the set of equipment, which meant that the Voodoo Wood God set could also be used. However, it would definitely not be used by the evil spirit puppets, but by other puppets. If the evil spirit puppets appeared, they would definitely be furious. Therefore, he needed to create a good puppet so that he could bring the team to battle. He could freely control the puppet through it, which was equivalent to another clone of himself. A miracle. It's really a miracle. Sir is invincible. Sir is invincible. Sir is invincible. Sir is invincible. After the battle ended, the group of people knelt down one after another. Their loyalty had reached the maximum. Etianyan's move was too abnormal, and they could only look up to him. Seeing that the group of people knelt down, Etianyan raised his hand and said in a deep voice, "You did very well in this battle. Be it the way you fought or the way you cooperated, they were all very good. Now start plundering. All the spoils of war will belong to you." All right. Their blood was boiling. There were many spoils of war there, and they really wanted them. Under normal circumstances, they would have to offer them up. Now that Etianyan could take whatever they wanted, how could they not be excited? Successfully completed the main quest, suppress the evil spirit race, completely destroy the evil spirit race territory. Reward: 500 compressed crazy point, 5,000 compressed sin point, 5,000 compressed proficiency. Also obtained the title Evil Spirit Race Killer. Chapter 1270. A lot of rewards came to Etianyan, which made him very satisfied. But he is even more satisfied with the title Evil Spirit Killer, which can increase the damage of the evil spirit race by 15 times. Compared to Heavenly Path martial arts or various abilities, this is not a very good effect. But it is better than nothing directly stacking the damage by 15 times. This is definitely excellent. After all, high-grade reincarnation, level martial arts can only increase the damage by about 10 times. As for Heavenly Path martial arts, it is dozens of times. Therefore, This is why so many cultivators want to obtain Heavenly Path martial arts. High-grade Heavenly Path martial arts can be even more overpowered by 30 to 40 times, crushing everything. When the ultimate effect is cultivated, it is estimated that it can rush to about 60 to 70 times, or even higher. In any case, Etianyan is very satisfied, and he can get so much EXP level up. Ding! Deducting 1,000 compressed EXP, successfully leveled up to Lord of Heaven 4th layer. Etianyan didn't think much and immediately used a lot of EXP to break through to Lord of Heaven 4th layer. Instantly, most of the EXP was used up. Nowadays, the amount of EXP needed to level up is too much. If he didn't kill all the evil spirit race in Phantasm City, it would be really difficult for him to level up. But that's all. He killed at least tens of thousands of evil spirit race, and the EXP he got was only enough to level up. This is the effect of low cultivation. If his cultivation is a little higher, the result will definitely be different. Ding! Successfully accepted the main quest, Destroy Evil Spirit Celestial Realm. Completed. Received 5,000 compressed crazy point, 1,500 compressed sin point, 1,500 compressed proficiency. At the same time, received the title Super Evil Spirit Killer. Also received the main quest Big Gift Pack. Sure enough, this is the main quest. Yi Qianyun's eyes lit up. He knew that after the destruction of Fan Yu's evil spirit race, it will be the turn of the evil spirit race Celestial Realm. If there is no this quest, he will also destroy the evil spirit Celestial Realm. Now that there is a quest, naturally it can't be better. Master, we have completely destroyed Fan Yu's evil spirit race Celestial Realm. They will not appear for a while. Yu Ming's beautiful eyes are full of joy. They know that the battle with the evil spirit race is not over, but they can overthrow Fan Yu's evil spirit race Celestial Realm. The rest of the cultivators in the city began to cheer loudly. Some of them even dropped to their knees and wept bitterly. The temporary revenge gave them a temporary vent for their anger and sorrow. However, their true ultimate goal was the evil spirit divine realm. The evil spirit divine realm's influence was smaller than this place, but it focused on one's cultivation level. With their current situation, they would be cannon fodder if they charged in. Of them. Celestial Tianyan. Of them, of celestial sect, of celestial of star. You master, celestial, demon s, of saint. Everything should be arranged by them, and not everything should be ordered by him. What do I need so many god generals for? I need them to be able to work for me and have their own thoughts and judgment. He does not have the desire to control everything. Instead, he gives away all the power. If it were other emperors, they would definitely not let go. But he is different. He still gives away the power that should be given, and let them make arrangements. If he was disappointed, he would either have to find someone else or die. He is not afraid of any betrayal. As his god generals, they naturally will not have any thoughts of betrayal. The subordinates of god generals will betray, but after betraying, what awaits them will be death. Powerful strength was the most fundamental existence, not some kind of authority. Stable authority was built on powerful strength. If one didn't have powerful influence, even if one became the emperor, it wouldn't have any meaning. After all, the country may be destroyed the next day. What emperor, what prime minister, what emperor is all fleeting. I plan to establish a Fan Yu force, gather all the slaves together, and cultivate a group of experts. After greatly strengthening the comprehensive force, I will kill my way into the evil spirit celestial realm. However, this goal is a little distant, but I believe that as long as I persevere, I can do it. Yu Ming's beautiful eyes are filled with determination. She is still very young and can continue to fight. That is why she has such thoughts and such a goal. However, Before we kill our way into the evil spirit celestial realm, we will observe the evil spirit race forces in Fanyu. Once there are signs of them rebuilding, we will immediately go and destroy them. Unless they keep sending experts, we will continue to destroy them. We will destroy them as many times as we build them. Yuming's tone became cold. She does not want to see any evil spirit race forces established in Fanyu. Yi Tianyan nodded in satisfaction. He is very satisfied with this plan. This is the kind of battle idea that he wants. That's right. Just act according to your own ideas. If there are any problems, inform me immediately. With that, Yi Tianyan stretched out his hand and lightly tapped on her forehead. A bright light landed on her forehead. Through this energy, you can inform me. I will rush over immediately. Thank you, Master. Yuming nodded excitedly. I definitely won't let you down. I will definitely take care of this matter. Actually, there's no need to force yourself too much. I wonder if you have any relatives or friends. You can go see them or look for them. Yi Tianyan asked. Yuming shook her head, biting her lips, her eyes red. Yi Tianyan immediately knew that something bad had happened. It seemed that he had asked a taboo question. Sorry, I said something I shouldn't have. Yi Tianyan hurriedly apologized. It's fine. Yuming shook her head. I will exterminate all the evil spirit race and avenge them. It was Master who gave me this chance. Otherwise, I would not have had the chance to take revenge. As a slave, she had no chance to turn things around. Unless her master died, she would not be able to obtain freedom. All right. Yi Tianyan's eyes burned as he said, this goal will be achieved. At that time, I will bring you along and slaughter all of the evil spirit divine realm. Yuming nodded her head heavily, clenching her fists tightly, her heart surging. After explaining everything, Yi Tianyan gave her a portion of the resources so that she could establish a brand new force. He did not let this group of people join the three realms, but chose to station them in this area. If he wanted them to gather together, he would have to wait until the time was ripe. After all, if he went to the three realms, it would be difficult for him to move. He had to stay here and interfere with the evil spirit race. Chapter 1271. In front of the distant evil spirit divine realm, several Lord of Heaven evil spirit race experts were patrolling the surroundings, extremely vigilant of the surrounding situation. Ever since the divine spirit race in the evil spirit divine realm was rescued and the development elder was killed, the evil spirit divine realm had never relaxed, especially at the passageway. There were many guards guarding it. There were several Lord of Heaven outside, and there were also quite a few inside. There were even divine lords guarding it. There were only a few evil spirit divine realm passageways to begin with, so it was not a problem to arrange for a divine lord to guard each passageway. However, the evil spirit race members had to work extremely hard every day to observe the situation around them. This made them complain incessantly, but they could only forcefully continue. As long as the elders did not give the order to relax, they had to be vigilant of their surroundings. If they were discovered not to have done it well, they would definitely be severely punished. Damn it, I wonder when we can end this kind of patrol. It's too tiring to be on such high-intensity patrol all the time. That's right, but there's no other way. We can only continue patrolling. If we let them slip out, we'll be dead. I wonder where those guys are hiding. We've been searching for so long, but we still haven't found them. I suspect that they might have broken through space and escaped. They might not even need to go through the passageway. No matter what, we have to search the entire evil spirit divine realm. Otherwise, we won't let this matter rest. It will take at least a few hundred years to search the entire evil spirit divine realm, right? It might take a few thousand years. The evil spirit divine realm is too big. It's fine to guard the passageway, but it'll be too difficult to search inch by inch. But there's no other way. It shouldn't take that long, but it'll take at least a few decades. After all, the elders have been mobilized, and they're very fast. All of them felt very dissatisfied, but they could only carry out the order. If they wanted to completely end it, they had to search the entire evil spirit divine realm and prove that they had broken through space to escape. However, breaking through the passageway alone required a very strong power or a star beast. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to ignore the passageway and break through the divine realm's space. However, star beasts were not omnipotent. They could not travel through any divine realm. For example, it was very difficult to pass through the evil spirit god domain. One needed a very strong cultivation to make it possible. If it was really related to the divine beasts of the starry sky, they could find traces of it through exploration. These scars would not disappear so quickly. It would take a long time for them to recover. The star divine beasts had dug a tunnel in the void. Even if this passage was filled up, there would still be traces left behind. Therefore, if they found out that a divine beast of the starry sky had been here, their search would basically be over. If there weren't any, he would continue searching until he was completely gone. Under such circumstances, how could they not go crazy? Wait, something's wrong. At this moment, they immediately sensed that a figure had appeared in front of them. When they saw it clearly, they realized that it was a human flying towards them. He's a human cultivator. How dare he fly over? They frowned and flew out, shouting at Itianyun, "Cultivator, if you don't want to die, get out of here. Don't come any closer." They couldn't be bothered. After all, the most important thing right now was to guard the entrance, not to kill the passing cultivators. He would be punished if he left without permission. However, no matter how they shouted, the human cultivator slowly flew over, getting closer and closer. Is this kid really not afraid of death? Or is he someone's slave? The guard frowned. Who cares whose slave he is? If he continues to come closer, we'll capture him. Another guard said. Following that, the cultivator finally flew in front of them. Without saying a word, they immediately surrounded him, wanting to capture this cultivator. When they got close, a cold light that resembled a galaxy swept in all directions, cutting them in half at the waist. They were instantly killed. This power. When the other guards saw this, they immediately crushed the communication jade pendants in their hands so that they could send reinforcements over. The cultivator walked over unhurriedly and said with a smile, "That's right. Hurry up and call people over. I want to see how many experts will come." Such an arrogant cultivator was none other than Itianyun. He did not teleport in or change into an evil spirit puppet to sneak in. Instead, he charged in openly. This was the effect he wanted. He wanted to kill as many as he came. He wanted to accumulate experience and see how many experts there were in the evil spirit celestial realm. He wanted to make a comprehensive judgment on whether the true, strongest expert could suppress him. If they were too weak, then he did not mind destroying the evil spirit celestial realm right now. You, who exactly are you? This is the evil spirit celestial realm. They emphasized where this place was. Even a third-grade god realm expert would not dare to provoke the evil spirit celestial realm. Therefore, they had to emphasize more so that the other party would not act recklessly. "I'm looking for your evil spirit celestial realm." Itianyun sneered. He held the starlight divine spear tightly in his hand and turned into a red light that shot towards them, passing through them. They opened their mouths, wanting to say something. In the next moment, they turned into a pile of ashes and disappeared into the void. What happened? A divine, Lord expert flew over from the front. He sensed the crushed jade pendant and immediately rushed over to help. Just as he wanted to see what had happened, a figure had already arrived in front of him. Before he could react, he felt a chill in his chest. Only then did he see Etienne's figure. By the time he wanted to resist, it was already too late. The starlight divine spear that pierced through his chest released a ray of light and killed the evil spirit divine lord. With a single strike, the evil spirit divine lord had just found out that there was an intruder, but he had already been killed. He was not even comparable to cannon fodder. With the support of the evil spirit race's killer, the defense of these evil spirit race is too weak. I can break them in one move. Etienne felt extremely comfortable. He could casually add 15 times the damage, so how could he not feel good? A second or third level divine lord could be killed in an instant with a single spear strike. It was as easy as drinking water. General, the general is dead. The general is dead. When the guards at the end of the passageway saw that their general had died, they all screamed and screamed. They all crushed their emergency jade pendants and called for reinforcements from all directions. Quickly close the passageway. Don't let him in. At the same time, they quickly closed the passageway, not wanting Etienne to come in. However, the speed at which they closed the passageway was too slow. In the blink of an eye, Etienne had already arrived in front of them. "What's wrong? You don't welcome guests," Etienne said with a smile, looking so kind. Chapter 1272. Etienne's speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of them. He swung his spear and stabbed fiercely, instantly killing the guards with 2 shots. At the same time, the passageway behind him had already started to close rapidly. But to him, it was already meaningless. What was the use of closing it when people had already come in? Since these spatial passageways could be opened, they could definitely be closed to prevent outsiders from invading. After closing, it would not be an easy task to dig through, even for Etienne. If it was closed, other than using teleportation divine stones to enter, he could only enter from other passageways. If all the passageways were closed, he could only give up on forcefully opening a passageway. His cultivation was too low. If he wanted to break through this passageway, he needed very strong spatial power. Otherwise, if he wanted to break through in his current situation, he would not be able to open it without hundreds or thousands of years. This time was too long. He would not break through the passageway. Unless his cultivation was heaven-defying, then the passageway could be easily opened. This cultivation needed to be at least at the Divine Lord level. Divine Lords already had a deeper understanding of controlling the power of heavenly Tao. The speed of opening would naturally be greatly improved, but it would still take a long time to open it. He had sufficient power now, but his realm was not enough. His attainment in the power of heavenly Tao was still relatively shallow. He was purely strong in terms of explosive power. The gap in realm was still difficult to make up for. If he had Divine Lord cultivation in the future, he could easily kill a heavenly venerable, but in some aspects, he was still far inferior to a heavenly venerable. This gap was the power of a heavenly venerable. The power of a heavenly venerable had a miraculous effect when suppressing the power of heavenly Tao. Hence, realm was very important, but power was even more important. As long as he had enough power, even if his power was suppressed, he could still blow up his opponent with one punch. Another 2 down. Etienne did not stop. He continued to rush towards the guards in front of him, not allowing them to escape. He killed them instantly. After killing the guards around the passageway, he flew straight to the city in front. Before he could kill his way in, many Lord of Heaven and 2 Divine Lords had already flown out of the city. They were the experts guarding the passageway. When they received the urgent order, they hurried over. As soon as he flew out, he saw Tianyun flying towards him. "Audacious intruder, how dare you trespass into our evil spirit divine realm?" The evil spirit race experts immediately rushed over. They used all of their strength and did not relax at all. Since Tianyun was able to kill his way in, it meant that the guards outside had all been dealt with. The passageway was guarded by the Lord of Heaven, and there were also god monarchs. To be able to come in like this meant that the opponent was definitely not simple. So what if I did? Tianyun's eyes turned cold. He swung his spear and launched a frenzied attack. The Phoenix bloodline and Dragon God bloodline were fully activated. Under the full activation of these two top-notch bloodlines, the silhouette of a dragon and phoenix appeared behind him. The two illusory figures danced wildly behind him, displaying their most terrifying power. Under the eruption of the two great forces, he fiercely waved the starry divine spear in his hand. The divine patterns on the spear instantly burst forth, layer upon layer of power bursting out. Following that, it transformed into a giant-sized spear light and swept forward. Quick dodge. This terrifying sharpness, even the god monarchs hurriedly dodged to the side. But even if they can dodge, the rest of the Lord of Heaven can't dodge, and soon the spear light penetrated their bodies and directly cut them in half. The domineering and unparalleled spear light continued to sweep down the city below, followed by a loud boom sound. The terrifying spear light blasted a huge gap in the city above the planet, almost cutting the planet in half. Because the defense of these planets have been blessed, even the extremely strong god monarchs can't easily destroy them. It would take a lot of effort to destroy them. Even so, Tianyun's domineering spear light instantly harvested a large number of evil spirit races' lives. Ding successfully killed evil spirit race, second refinement Earth Lord. Obtained. Ding successfully killed evil spirit race, third refinement Earth Lord. Obtained. Ding successfully killed evil spirit race, Lord of Heaven first layer. Obtained. The data directly exploded in his mind, obtaining a large number of EXP and crazy point. It's not over yet. Tianyun threw in all the EXP cards to get more EXP, used 200 times EXP card, 50 times crazy point card, 50 times SBS value card, 50 times proficiency card, 100 times EXP card. Almost all the EXP card or crazy point card that he can buy. He used them all. What he wants is to be crazy enough. He hasn't been crazy for a long time, and now he can finally go crazy, and at the same time, he can improve his cultivation to the god monarch level. You, which force sent you here? We are the evil spirit celestial realm. The evil spirit celestial realm is what I want to kill. Tianyun swept his spear, and a god monarch first layer evil spirit race was cut in half, followed by a wave of EXP directly exploding in his head. Ding successfully killed evil spirit race, first layer god monarch. Obtained 5,800 compressed EXP, 270 compressed crazy point, 230 compressed SBS value. At the same time, obtained evil spirit blood, evil spirit soul, evil spirit bone. Explosion. An absolute explosion of EXP popped out. It shocked him. Originally, first layer god monarch first layer only had 10 compressed EXP, but now it exploded to almost 6,000 EXP. The comprehensive EXP card has reached more than 500 EXP. It can be called an explosion. A god monarch next to him trembled. His companion was killed in one move. What kind of power is this? Is this really the power of the Lord of Heaven? Obviously, Tianyun gave them the feeling that he is the Lord of Heaven. For them, the Lord of Heaven can be easily pinched to death. How can he kill a god monarch? This friend, if there is something to say, please don't fight. The god monarch next to him wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He wanted to buy time. He wanted to escape, but he knew that he can't escape. Tianyun's speed is too fast, so fast that even he can't see him. You have something to say? Do you still want me to let you go? Tianyun stretched out his hand and waved his spear at the city next to him. The spear light swept across the huge city, once again creating a deep ravine. Countless people died. This is right. Please let us go. We have something to say. The god Monarch can only bite the bullet and continue. What the F asterisk 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 asterisk. When you treat other races, why don't you just let them go? You have something to say. Tianyun snorted coldly. He waved his spear and stabbed at the god Monarch. The next moment, the spear penetrated into the god Monarch's body. He didn't wait for the god Monarch to say anything. He already turned into dust. Chapter 1273. Recalling all kinds of scenes, Tianyun's anger in his heart is even more intense. Each of them is more violent than the other. What qualifications do they have to beg for mercy? In the beginning, the human race kept begging for mercy, but it was useless. They were directly killed on the spot or enslaved by them. The evil spirit race turned a blind eye to their begging for mercy. They have a heart of stone. There is no pity for them. Those who should be devoured would be devoured. How could he possibly let them go? Now, Tianyun is the same. Begging for mercy is bullshit. Let's just kill them. Immediately afterward, Tianyun killed the city in one fell swoop. The star divine spear in his hand slaughtered madly. The city was torn apart. Countless people were killed and injured. By Divine Sword Supreme set. Divine Sword Supreme set requires the cultivation of the Lord of Heaven to equip. The user can transform into Divine Sword Supreme. All mid-grade reincarnation level long swords within the line of sight are under your control. Up to 100,000 long swords can be controlled. At the same time, it can be turned into a killing formation, crushing all enemies in the encirclement. Consumes 1 compressed crazy point per use. The price is 100 compressed sin point. His current net worth is quite amazing. There is no pressure to buy Divine Sword Supreme set again. Equip. Clang. A set of sword armor was put on his body. There are countless golden fragments inlaid on his body. It looks like there are countless divine swords branded on his body. Each has a bit of a spiritual aura, as if they can be unsheathed from his body at any time. His aura immediately underwent a tremendous change. An aura of supremacy spread out into the surroundings, especially the control power. He can control everything around him. Rise. Tianyun raised his hand. Whether it is the swords in the storage ring or the divine swords in the city, they all flew up under his control. Even if they have an owner, he snatched them away. There are 100,000 divine swords floating around his body. The lowest grade is low-grade reincarnation level. Originally, the evil spirit celestial realm is relatively rich. No matter how bad they are, they still have reincarnation level weapons. After all, they usually plunder so crazily. If they don't even have these resources, then they are not the evil spirit race. Following that, he launched a series of ferocious attacks at the city. His attacks transformed into a dense rain of swords that pierced downwards in a frenzy. Everywhere they passed by, blood rained down. At the same time, he released his doppelgangers and began to search for resources in the surroundings. At the same time, he collected the living creature rings on their bodies. They wouldn't release their slaves, but that didn't mean they wouldn't carry them with them. Therefore, they had to plunder their living rings as well as their resources. Soon, the city was completely destroyed under his madness. It was not a legend that a single person could destroy a city. As long as he had enough strength, he could easily destroy it in a short period of time. If Tianyun unleashed his full power, he could easily destroy a city. Now, it looked like a scene of desolation. The inner core had been taken away by him, directly causing the city to become a wasteland. Without a core, the planet was basically useless. With the Divine Sword Supreme set, destroying a city is a piece of cake. Tianyun's heart was filled with fanaticism. A brand new suit was indeed different, especially the Supreme Sword God suit. It was simply a godly weapon for group attacks. As long as he had the Supreme Sword God suit, slaughtering a city would not be a problem at all, and he could guarantee that no one could escape from his sight. There were many divine swords inside and outside. Killing the evil spirit race was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Coupled with the evil spirit race killer title, its power was simply amazing. After cleaning up, Etianyan went to the next city. He did not stop and did not rest for a moment. After all, he didn't know if there would be a very strong existence coming to kill him. So he tried to destroy all the cities that he could destroy before the strong attack. In this way, even if he was forced to retreat by the strong, at least he could interfere with them. In the next moment, his figure flashed and disappeared in place. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above another city. This is the charm of the teleportation godstone. He had already set his position here before, so he didn't need to travel back and forth. He could easily fly above the city. A long time ago, he used the identity of the evil spirit puppet to set his position in most cities. Although it consumed a lot of teleportation godstone, it was very worth it. As long as a large number of evil spirit race is destroyed, this crazy point is not a problem at all. Moreover, killing an Earth Lord is enough to buy a few of them. Even a dozen of them are not a problem. 100 times crazy point doubling card is not a joke. Kill. Etianyan didn't hesitate and immediately controlled the 100,000 reincarnation divine swords to kill the evil spirit race in the city. The evil spirit race in the city didn't feel the danger at all. Boom, boom. 10,000 swords bombarded down, and the guards outside were instantly killed. They didn't even have time to report. As Etianyan swept all the way down, the whole sky was covered by thousands of swords, making the already dark sky even darker and more terrible, as if everything was covered by the swords. What is going on? They didn't understand what was going on. A white light passed through their bodies, and the next moment, their consciousness disappeared completely. The frenzied massacre continued. In just the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the entire city had been destroyed. The only thing that takes more time is for Etianyan to collect the living creature ring, and the like. It takes more time than killing them. Etianyan checked a little. There are a lot of slaves in the living creature ring. According to their different hobbies, there are different slaves. For example, beautiful male slaves or beautiful female slaves, and other major races. Some were even tortured to the point that it was too horrible to look at, and some were severely injured. Every single one of them was extremely miserable. This situation is not unexpected. All of them are released, and there is a large number of cultivators. There is no lack of geniuses among them. After being captured as slaves, they can only be reduced to playthings. Clean up next city. Etianyan's figure flashed again and disappeared in place. The city left behind has become a dead city. The air is filled with a disgusting smell of blood. You have to pay for what you have done. At the same time, in other cities, they have received emergency signals. The elders who were searching were alarmed, especially when they found out that the cities had been destroyed one by one. They were all stunned. What is going on? Who is this person? How can he kill in our evil spirit celestial realm? Elder Tessa was furious. Go back and kill that guy. 2 whole cities are gone, and he is still attacking the 3rd city. Chapter 1274. In the blink of an eye, 2 cities were gone, and the latest news was that they were attacking the 3rd city. This drove them crazy. By the time they received the news, they had already attacked the 3rd city. It was still all right at the start, but who knew that 2 of them had already been destroyed? Hurry, hurry, hurry. They're attacking Ciel Luo City right now. Let's hurry over to support them and stop the invaders. Elder Tai Sua raised his speed to the maximum and immediately flew towards Ciel Luo City. The other elders also stopped searching. After receiving the news, they also started flying towards Cielo City at high speed. They didn't have any teleportation godstones, so they could only fly over or use the teleportation formation to teleport to the nearest place. Even if they tore through space and teleported there, it would take some time. It was far less convenient than using a teleportation array. God monarch cultivation was not truly invincible. Teleporting over was just a small distance, but it was still quite a distance. However, from the information they received, the distance was too far. Teleportation was impossible, so they could only fly or use the teleportation formation. Soon, they arrived at the nearest city and were about to use the teleportation formation. However, the communication jade pendant soon sent them the latest news. The third city has been destroyed. Intruder, whereabouts unknown. The latest news shocked them all. The third city had fallen so quickly now that they still didn't know where they were. It meant that it was useless for them to go there. The third city was destroyed so quickly. Is this the Sky Sovereign? Their expressions were ugly. They knew very well how many evil spirit race as there were in a city. If they were the ones to destroy it, they wouldn't be slow, but they definitely wouldn't be able to destroy it so quickly. However, they received news that the invader was only the Lord of Heaven, which made them unable to believe it. It was highly possible that he had used some sort of concealment artifact to prevent them from detecting the strength of his cultivation, or perhaps the difference between the two of them was simply too great, so they could only detect a portion of his cultivation. It shouldn't be an Empyrean. We have never provoked an Empyrean force. How could it not be an Empyrean? I heard that it's even a human race Empyrean. Could it be that a human race Empyrean has come to take revenge on us? Their faces were terrifyingly gloomy. The human race was extremely widespread. Even if they wanted to kill the human race's Empyreans wouldn't be so crazy, right? No matter what, their third city had already been destroyed, and not a single person could be seen. They had no idea where they were at all. Intruders have appeared in the evil Cauldron City. The latest battle report was immediately sent over, making them shudder. They were stunned when they heard the news. There was a huge gap between the evil Tripod City and Cielo City. If they were closer, they would have to cross half of the evil spirit celestial territory. In such a short period of time, they had already traversed such a great distance, which drove them crazy. What's going on? Why did he appear in the evil Tripod City? Could it be that there was more than one intruder? Or does he have some kind of teleportation artifact that allows him to quickly travel through space? The faces of Elder Tesso and the others became more and more unsightly. Even if they rushed over now, it would be too late. They needed to pass through several teleportation arrays to get close to the evil Tripod City. Judging from the speed at which they were eliminated, the battle was probably over before they arrived. We can only ask for the Domain Lord's permission. Otherwise, we won't be able to suppress them at all. Elder Tesso immediately made up his mind, and that was to ask the Domain Lord for help. This is the only way. The other elders nodded with difficulty. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't let the Territorial Lord come out, but now it seemed that they could only ask the Territorial Lord to come out. Then, they each took out a special jade pendant and crushed it in one go. Several special jade pendants were crushed in succession. This was the only way to get the Domain Lord to come out. The shattering of so many special jade pendants meant that something extremely urgent had happened. Even several elders had crushed their jade pendants, which meant that the situation was very urgent. The Domain Lord was definitely going to come out. At the same time, in the depths of the evil spirit celestial realm, in a special space, a powerful existence slowly woke up from his cultivation. This powerful existence was the domain lord of the evil spirit celestial realm. No one knew what his real name was, so they would usually just call him the evil spirit celestial realm lord. He woke up from his cultivation, feeling very unhappy. How could he, who had been in seclusion, feel happy when he woke up? Several elders crushed their jade pendants. What urgent matter happened? The evil spirit celestial realm lord stood up, and 4 pitch-black wings appeared on his back. They spread out behind him, and evil power was released in all directions. In front of him was an incomparably huge core. In terms of grade, it far surpassed the other dark cores. The two were not on the same level. It was at least 4th grade, and it was definitely extremely precious. Only the evil spirit, celestial realm lord, could enjoy something of this level. Then he received detailed information. He frowned. What's going on? A human invader with heavenly venerable level power? After reading it carefully, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Oh, I don't know if he's a heavenly venerable. He actually dares to make a move in my territory. All right, if he's a heavenly venerable, he can replenish my energy as the price for waking me up. Then he raised his hand in the void. The space distorted, and he came out of this special space. After coming out, he stood in the void. Other than the 4 wings on his back, which were very eye-catching, there was also this perfect body. His body was smooth and translucent, shining like a black pearl. He looked very beautiful, much more beautiful than the other evil spirits. They were not on the same level at all. Most importantly, he had an even more terrifying power, and the surrounding space was distorted because of him. He slowly closed his eyes, and his entire body merged into the void. His terrifying spiritual sense spread out in all directions. Soon, his spiritual sense covered one area after another, and he swept past one city after another. After probing for a while, he opened his eyes and said calmly, "I found him. He can actually control so many divine swords. I've never seen a martial art before. No wonder he was able to destroy so many cities in my divine realm. It turns out that he relied on this special power. But something's wrong. Why is the power that the Lord of Heaven's cultivation base erupts with is similar to that of a divine lord?" He didn't think too much about it. He stretched out his hand and pulled forward, tearing a huge space in the void. After that, he lifted his foot and stomped on the ground, disappearing on the spot. In the next second, he appeared in the sky above the city where Itianyun was. He gently raised his hand, and a terrifying power suppressed down, enveloping the area. Itianyun, who was crazily killing the evil spirit race, suddenly raised his head. When he felt this terrifying power, his pupils constricted. Heavenly venerable. The evil spirit region, Lord that descended above him, was a heavenly venerable. Chapter 1275. Heavenly venerable. Itianyun was not particularly surprised when he sensed such a terrifying aura. A 3rd-grade god realm would not have a single heavenly venerable, or more than 2. One of the conditions to become a 3rd-grade god realm was to be a heavenly venerable. If one did not even have a heavenly venerable, they would not be qualified to support a 3rd-grade god realm. Heavenly venerable was a representative term, a necessary condition for a 3rd-grade god realm. This was just like how a 2nd-grade god realm must have a divine lord, and there must be a lot of them. Only then could one aspire to become a 2nd-grade god realm. Forces of different grades needed to reach a corresponding value to become a corresponding force. Of course, if one did not have anything, they could also enter a 2nd-grade or 3rd-grade god realm force. It was just that they would be easily conquered. Once they were found out that the other party had too few powerhouses, they would be attacked immediately. Therefore, It was not that these standards were too strict, but that the surrounding environment was the same. Without the corresponding powerhouses, they would definitely fall. Tianyun looked up, and his eyes narrowed. Detailed data immediately appeared in front of him. Evil Spirit Territory Lord. Mid-level lower heavenly venerable cultivation. Has extremely terrifying dark elemental power. Body is a dark sage body. And has extremely strong recovery ability. Extremely strong defense. Wears a superior grade. Heavenly Tao armor that clings tightly to the body. The wings on the back can be turned into terrifying weapons. Weakness. Light elemental attack. Overall attribute judged as extremely dangerous. Preliminary combat power calculated to be 330 million star power. Basic state. 330 million points of star power. Tianyun took a deep breath. This is too scary. It's much higher than his current full power. However, this was not unexpected. If even a heavenly venerable was not that strong, then he would be disappointed. You're the invader? The evil spirit territory lord looked at him with a calm expression, as if everything was under his control. The moment he appeared, he had already taken control of this place. Not a single place was able to escape, as he had sealed them all. The power of a heavenly venerable could easily suppress all directions with a snap of his fingers. Now, he did not intend to suppress Tianyun, but came out to talk to Tianyun first. That's right. You must be the evil spirit region lord, right? Tianyun sized up the evil spirit region lord. As expected of the region, lord of the evil spirit divine realm. He had an even more perfect body. It was hard to tell that he was from the evil spirit race. This was a perfect body, but it wasn't burly at all. Instead, it was more like the petite body of a human. They compressed their bodies to become smaller and smaller, which made it easier for them to move, and also allowed them to unleash more power. It could be said that it was an extremely perfect existence in all aspects. Fortunately, it could only be seen from the evil spirit region lord. It was clear that only when he broke through to the Empyrean level would he have the ability to completely change himself. The other evil spirit race were all tall and sturdy, and they looked disgusting. The evil spirit region lord could be described as handsome. Apart from the fact that his body was still pitch black, there was nothing wrong with him. It looked very beautiful, like a black gem. Moreover, it was the kind that was black and shiny. I don't know what martial art this is, but it looks pretty good. The evil spirit region lord looked at the flying swords that filled the sky and grabbed at the void. An extremely compressed force slapped over, and the divine swords in the void were immediately grabbed. The divine swords that were originally controlled by Tianyun were all grabbed, leaving Tianyun no chance to control them at all. This power was too domineering, so domineering that it made one's scalp go numb. There were so many divine swords, yet he grabbed them just like that. Tianyun narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "Are you interested in this kind of martial art?" "I'm a little interested. If you hand over all your martial arts, maybe I'll leave your corpse intact, and I won't let you die so painfully." The evil spirit region lord's expression was indifferent, as if nothing could arouse his interest, even in the face of such a special martial art like Tianyun's. He didn't force it. If he used soul search by force, he might not be able to find anything. "It seems that all of you are so stupid when negotiating. Spare my life. That's easier to negotiate. If I give you all my martial arts, I can only leave my corpse intact." Tianyun shook his head. "That's right. If you don't give it to me, I think you'll live a life worse than death, and it will last for a very long time." The evil spirit region lord said indifferently. Tianyun believed his words. It could definitely make him live a life worse than death, and it would last for a very long time. Until then, his mind would definitely be on the verge of collapse. Too naive. Do you think that's all I have? Do you think that your seal can trap me here? Tianyun looked around. This seal was indeed terrifying, much more powerful than Elder Tesso's seal from before. Even after upgrading his instant transmission, he probably wouldn't be able to pass through this terrifying seal. Unless he continued to upgrade it, he wouldn't be able to pass through this seal. Or if his cultivation had improved, he would be able to teleport out. It seems that you're quite confident. The evil spirit region, Lord gently raised his hand and pressed forward. The void around Tianyun immediately became solid, as if it had turned into a thick wall, trapping him inside and making it difficult for him to escape. Tianyun could clearly feel that the power of the heavenly law around him had been flattened, and at the same time replaced by the power of a heavenly venerate, and it was the power of a heavenly venerate unique to the evil spirit region lord. Under this special power of a heavenly venerate, any treasure would lose its effect and be unable to escape, unless one had an even more heaven-defying treasure or a stronger cultivation. There was no way to escape. I'm just that confident. Tianyun grinned, and in the next second, he disappeared from where he was. Everything disappeared without a trace. This scene stunned the evil spirit region lord. He never thought that Tianyun would really be able to escape right under his nose, and he couldn't even tell what kind of treasure it was. Tianyun had escaped from this place in an instant. What's going on? What kind of treasure is this? Or some kind of martial arts? The expression on the evil spirit region, Lord's face finally changed. His previous expression of having everything under his control had now turned into a bit of anger. A junior had escaped from under his nose, just like that. How could he not be angry? Following that, he quickly spread out his spiritual senses, covering the entire area, wanting to see where exactly Tianyun had escaped to. However, no matter how he probed, he couldn't find Tianyun nearby. Logically speaking, this kind of escape would at most be escaping from the seal, and he wouldn't have escaped very far. However, when he carefully probed, he still couldn't find Tianyun. Where is he hiding? The evil spirit region, Lord was a little annoyed. Tianyun had escaped right under his nose, and he didn't know where he had escaped to. This was his territory, and Tianyun had escaped in his own territory. It was simply a disgrace to him. Lord, that invader is wreaking havoc in Xi'an City. Chapter 1276. Tianyun directly used the teleportation godstone to escape and teleported to Evil Grace City. He won't run away so quickly, but he will continue to destroy the Evil Grace City. How can he just leave like this? He hasn't earned enough here yet. This teleportation godstone is amazing. Even if it's a heavenly master seal, I can still escape. Tianyun felt that this teleportation godstone is very magical. If he can escape, he will definitely not continue to play in the vicinity. He will teleport out and immediately escape. He will not joke around with his life. If he dies, he will have to pay a price. Of course, the price that he felt before is not so exaggerated now. The value of a life is only 100 million crazy points, which is converted to 10 compressed crazy points. It's really a good deal. He is not afraid of death, but he is afraid of being caught. He can escape. They won't kill him. They will only abuse him. Therefore, many lives were useless. He did not think that anyone would come to save him, unless some Empyrean Supreme, being felt that the evil spirit race was disgusting and came to suppress the evil spirit race. Only then would he be able to escape. Kill, kill, kill. Tianyun continued to control the 100,000 divine swords, sweeping around, madly slaughtering all the evil spirit race's life. But he didn't slaughter for long. There was a fluctuation in the void, and the next second, evil spirit territory lord came from the void. What a strong teleportation. Tianyun's eyes shrank. Although he knew that evil spirit territory lord teleported here, he thought that it was nearby. He didn't expect it to be like the teleportation godstone. In a blink of an eye, it crossed more than half of the evil spirit divine realm and chased him here. Where do you think you are going? Evil spirit territory lord's cold voice came from the sky, and a more terrible seal came from the sky, sealing the place. Escape to a place you can't find. Tianyun smiled and immediately disappeared in place. He did not stop to confront evil spirit territory lord. He wants to play a trick on a heavenly master. Even if it's a heavenly master, isn't he still being played by him? Damn it, I can't even seal him like this, and he can still escape? The evil spirit domain lord was infuriated. He felt that Tianyun had some kind of treasure that allowed him to escape from his grasp so easily. It was too embarrassing. Immediately after, he quickly searched his surroundings, trying to find out where Tianyun was. As he continued to spread to other areas, the communication jade pendant sent him another message. Your Excellency, the invaders have appeared in Siape City. What's going on? Another border city. The evil spirit region lord was about to explode with anger. Logically speaking, Tianyun should not have escaped too far away, but in the blink of an eye, he had disappeared, and even appeared in a border city. He, who was originally calm and confident, was about to go crazy. He was a dignified celestial master, yet he had been so ruthlessly toyed with. Moreover, it seemed that his cultivation was only at the Lord of Heaven. The Lord of Heaven was teasing him and destroying his city. In fact, he did not care at all about how his subordinates had died. The main point was that such invaders had played tricks on him again and again, breaking out of his control. In the next moment, the evil spirit domain lord continued to tear open space and teleport towards Siape City. He had been completely infuriated by Tianyun, so naturally he would completely erupt. In Siape City, Tianyun was also slaughtering wantonly, killing as many evil spirits as possible in the shortest time possible. However, before he could annihilate many, there was another fluctuation in the void, and soon the evil spirit domain lord charged out. He raised his hand in the void, and an even more terrifying seal came crashing down. He ruthlessly sealed this place, layer after layer of seals, and a huge pair of wings appeared behind him, as if covering the sky. Everything became so dark, as if it was shrouded in thick, dark clouds. The terrifying sealing power far exceeded the power that had erupted before. At the same time, the evil spirit domain lord also threw a black ball, which bloomed with black light in the air and enveloped this area. When Tianyun looked up, his pupils constricted, and detailed data appeared in front of him. Forbidden black screen. Heavenly venerate spirit treasure. A special spirit treasure owned by a heavenly venerate. Only a heavenly venerate can exert its effects. The forbidden black screen can form an extremely powerful array that can trap enemies and protect oneself. At the same time, it can weaken the trapped enemies, and the suppression effects vary according to the cultivation level of the trapped enemies. Heavenly venerate spirit treasure. Tianyun's eyes narrowed. Heavenly venerate spirit treasures were even more powerful than heavenly Tao treasures. This was a treasure unique to heavenly venerate Sea Dawn. Even if it was given to them, they would not be able to use it. When the forbidden black screen was thrown out, he immediately felt that he was surrounded by a thick wall. More importantly, a sealing power immediately pressed down. This made him feel that his strength had been greatly weakened, and his surging heavenly Tao power was immediately cut in half. This meant that even if he had the cultivation level of the Lord of Heaven at the third level, his cultivation level would probably be less than the strength of the Lord of Heaven at the first level. And this was based on the fact that Tianyun had special powers, which was why this was weakened. If he did not have the heavenly Tao power of the 10 refinements Earth Lord level, the suppression effect would be even greater. In this forbidden black screen, the evil spirit region lord had an absolute advantage and could be said to be an invincible existence. What powerful strength! Is this a higher realm? Tianyun's eyes narrowed, but he did not panic. Instead, he immediately used the teleportation godstone. This time, the effect immediately failed, and there was no movement at all. This meant that the blockade brought about by the forbidden black screen had exceeded the scope of the teleportation godstone's escape. Upgrade. Ding. Experience points deducted. Successfully upgraded to the Lord of Heaven 5th level. Upgrade again. Ding. Experience points deducted. Successfully upgraded to the Lord of Heaven 6th level. Upgrade again. Successfully upgraded to the Lord of Heaven 7th level. All of a sudden, all the experience points were thrown out. He had destroyed 3 cities, and the rest of the cities had been destroyed. Coupled with the 500 to 600 times experience card, it was not a problem for him to upgrade 4 levels in a row. After upgrading to the Lord of Heaven's 7th level, the pressure around him instantly decreased a lot, and the weakening effect was cut from the previous half to about 20%. However, the suppression effect was only one of the aspects of the forbidden black screen. The real effect was that it could completely seal off the enemy, making it impossible for the enemy to escape. As for the other effects, only when the evil spirit region lord used them would he know how strong they were. I broke through 3 levels in a row to be able to suppress it a little. This Empyrean spiritual treasure is really strong. Tianyun felt his scalp tingle. As expected of an Empyrean powerhouse, the battle had not even started, and he was already a level weaker. However, thinking about it carefully, the battle power of 330 million was enough to shock people. Chapter 1277. Why, you're not running this time. The evil spirit territory lord was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he wanted to see if Tianyun could still escape. What he could not accept the most was that he had always been able to escape from his hands, which made him feel very humiliated. Now that he had even used the Empyrean spirit treasure taboo black screen, he wanted to see how Tianyun could still be arrogant and escape. Using an Empyrean spirit treasure to deal with me, this is really my honor. Tianyun smiled slightly and said, under the suppression of the Empyrean spirit treasure, I still have no way to escape. Is that so? I'm very interested in your ability now. What treasure did you use to escape from my seal? The evil spirit territory lord slowly flew down from the void. He was not in a hurry at all. After using the Empyrean spirit treasure, everything was in his hands again. He, who was full of confidence, was not in a hurry at all. The key was that Tianyun had many special escape methods, which made him very interested. It might be some special treasure. If it wasn't for that, he would have directly imprisoned them and taken them away. Now, he wanted to see if Tianyun could still escape. If he could escape, it meant that he still needed stronger power, or Tianyun had some background. If you hand it all over, I will let you live for a while longer and give you treasures so that you can make some arrangements after your death. The evil spirit territory lord's words were really generous. As long as he handed over everything, he would live for a while longer, but in the end, he would still die. Tianyun had already touched his bottom line. He would not let him off no matter what, and must be killed. Now that he had completely sealed off the escape area, he had the right to negotiate. He would either be tortured to death or obediently compromise and die very peacefully. This condition is really tempting, but I can hand it over. I wonder if I can make an additional request. Tianyun smiled faintly and said, as long as you agree to this request of mine, forget about martial arts. All the treasures will be given to you. What request? Why don't you tell me? The evil spirit region, Lord raised his eyebrows and looked at him with more interest. He had locked onto the surrounding ripples. He wanted to see if Tianyun still had a chance to escape. It's very simple. All of your evil spirit race has been exterminated by you, leaving you behind. This is my request. Is it merciful enough? At least you survived. Tianyun said with a grin. You tricked me. The evil spirit domain lord was furious in his heart. He stretched out his hand to grab Tianyun, wanting to control him. At this moment, the power in Tianyun's body burst out, exploding to the extreme. Divine Dragon Bloodline, activate. Phoenix Bloodline, open. Heaven-shaking godly art, open. Crazy damage mode, activate. Vast godly art, open. All of his power burst out and gathered in the starry divine spear in his hand. At the same time, the divine runes on the surface of the starry divine spear were fully released under the infusion of his power, reaching a brand new limit. His combat power soared in a straight line, and it suddenly jumped to 177 million star power points. This was already his current limit. After the eruption, the surrounding space was constantly being slapped, trying to break this forbidden black curtain. However, 170 million battle power was really unable to break the power of a heavenly venerable. Boom! When the two came into contact, the violent force on the palm of the evil spirit domain Lord constantly bombarded his palm. However, it was firmly locked in this forbidden black curtain. Even an attack of hundreds of millions of battle power was fiercely compressed in an area. This battle power is no longer something that the Lord of Heaven can display. Only those above the Divine Lord level 8 or 9 can display it. The evil spirit domain, Lord's face darkened. He didn't expect Tianyun to be able to burst out such a terrifying power. If his cultivation wasn't a little higher, he would have been killed immediately. Then he squeezed hard, and the attack that Tianyun erupted was directly crushed, turning into a pile of energy light spots that drifted in the air. Such a violent attack was easily crushed, just like how Tianyun killed the other heavenly monarchs and divine monarchs before. It was easy to kill them with a single spear strike, without any difficulty. The greater the gap, the more useless the other party's attack. It was the same principle, now. The overbearing power of a heavenly venerable had the power to suppress. In addition, the gap between the two was too big. The evil spirit domain, Lord didn't need to fully erupt. He only needed to resist very simply to destroy Tianyun's attack. After crushing the attack, he grabbed the spearhead of the starry divine spear at the same time, firmly grasping it. No matter how Tianyun swung it, he couldn't pull it out. As expected of the power of a heavenly venerable, the gap still can't be bridged. Tianyun didn't expect this. He originally wanted to try to see if he could withstand an attack. Now, it seemed that even one attack would be enough, and it would be difficult to break it. You dare to be arrogant in front of me with just this bit of power? Come over. The evil spirit domain Lord suddenly pulled out the starry divine spear, and Tianyun was dragged over uncontrollably. At this time, Tianyun's eyes didn't have the slightest panic and were still so firm. Exchange the evil Lord of Heaven set. Successfully deducted 100 compressed sin points. Exchange for the evil Lord of Heaven set. Equip the evil Lord of Heaven set. Evil Lord of Heaven set. After wearing, you can transform into the evil Lord of Heaven at any time. All power increased by 800 times. Defense increased by 500 times. Speed increased by 100 times. When entering the evil Lord of Heaven mode, all attacks become long-range attacks, can attack anything in the sight range, and have burning and explosion effects. Absolute critical hit effect, double critical hit damage, consumes 1 compressed crazy point per minute. In an instant, he put on the evil Lord of Heaven set, and an extremely evil aura immediately released from his body. At the same time, his body was covered with a thin layer of dark armor, and at the same time, there is a faint white light, like a silver moon in the dark night sky, transform into the evil Lord of Heaven. Yi Tianyun's body immediately began to change. It doesn't even take half a second, even less than half a second. It can be said that it only takes a few tenths of a second. Immediately turned into the evil Lord of Heaven. In addition to the dark body, there are also 2 wings on the back, spread out in an instant. The power instantly increased by 800 times. Under the violent power, Yi Tianyun was thrown to the side. The sudden surge caught the evil spirit territory lord off guard, and he was immediately thrown out by Yi Tianyun and hit his own taboo black curtain, making a bang sound of a violent collision. Chapter 1278. After Yi Tianyun transformed into the evil Lord of Heaven, his power skyrocketed in an instant. With a sudden burst of power, he slammed the star god spear in his hand and threw the evil spirit territory lord out. The violent power frightened even the evil spirit territory lord. The main reason was that it was too much at once. He thought it would be the limit, who knew it could be improved. I was almost caught, but the test is almost over. It's time to leave. Yi Tianyun's eyes narrowed and instantly wanted to use instant transmission to escape, but he immediately felt a sense of powerlessness coming from all around. It means that instant transmission is also ineffective at this time. But he did not panic and immediately upgraded instant transmission without any pause. Upgrade instant transmission. Ding. Successfully deducted 1,000 compressed crazy point. Successfully upgraded instant transmission to level 7. The next level requires 3,000 compressed crazy point. Level 7 instant transmission. The effect is to penetrate stronger protective seals, and the teleportation range spreads to any range that can be explored by spiritual sense. This range suddenly changed. Before, he could teleport to any place within his line of sight. Now it is within the range that his spiritual sense can explore. He can teleport to any place. It had to be said that this change was extremely huge. It means that the range of his instant transmission has suddenly become very wide, and with the improvement of his cultivation, the range will become bigger. If he has the cultivation of an Empyrean, he can teleport anywhere in the God realm at will. Although the evil spirit territory lord can also do it, but it will take a few more tries to do it. The key is that he is the owner of this place, so he can teleport so far. If he is not the owner of this place, naturally he can't teleport so far. Even an Empyrean can't teleport here. They need to try again to teleport here. Empyrean is very strong, but it does not mean that they can be so invincible. But in the 3rd grade God realm, they are indeed invincible. Even if he tried a few more times, he would only be able to traverse through space and kill his way over in a very short time. The speed is quite fast, and it takes less than a few minutes to teleport here. This is still across more than half of the God realm. If it were other divine monarchs, it would take several days or even weeks to reach their destination. However, most people wouldn't be so stupid. They would all use a complete teleportation array to come over. If they relied on flying alone, that would be too stupid. You dare to be arrogant in front of me with just this bit of strength? The evil spirit territory lord was completely enraged. He directly unleashed all his strength and grabbed at the void. The surrounding power pressed over, wanting to crush Yi Tianyun. This level of power had already exceeded the power that he had displayed previously. Even if Yi Tianyun had the evil Lord of Heaven set, he would still be unable to withstand a single blow. This was the reality of the gap in cultivation. Unless he upgraded the system crazily, there was no way he could block this attack, and it was only a draw. After all, the disparity between them was too great. The evil spirit region lord had only unleashed his early stage power, and had yet to unleash his true power. He didn't trigger the power of his bloodline, nor did he detonate other powers. If he did, how could his battle power be limited to 330 million? Go! Yi Tianyun's figure flashed and immediately disappeared, easily passing through the forbidden black screen, causing the evil spirit domain lord's attack to miss. What's going on? He escaped? The evil spirit domain lord was shocked again. He had even used an Empyrean spirit treasure, but he didn't expect the other party to still be able to escape. This was beyond his expectations. He immediately probed the surroundings, wanting to see where Yi Tianyun had escaped to. However, no matter how he probed, he couldn't find even half a trace of Yi Tianyun. Hurry up and search for me. Where did the intruder escape to? The evil spirit domain lord immediately sent out a message, asking the many elders to help investigate. He also didn't stay idle. He quickly spread his spiritual consciousness around, enveloping this divine realm. It was just that the speed was not fast, mainly because the evil spirit divine realm was too big, and it would take too long. Hence, he needed to spend some time. Lord, we didn't find anything here. We didn't find anything here either. We didn't find anything here either. One by one, they kept sending messages, indicating that there was no situation here and no trace of anyone could be found. Bastard, could it be that he's hiding? The evil spirit domain lord angrily slapped the void, and a violent force blasted down. The city below was immediately smashed into pieces. The evil spirit race, who were originally rejoicing that they were still alive, turned into a pile of dust under this bombardment. Then he continued to search. This was his territory, and he didn't allow any intruders to stay in his territory, especially since he had used so many things, yet he had still been able to escape. The other party was still the Lord of Heaven, yet he had slipped away just like that. This humiliation was deeply engraved in his heart, and he felt extremely disgusted. While he was frantically searching, Yi Tianyun had already used the teleportation divine stone to escape the evil spirit divine realm and leave the divine realm outside. An Empyrean is too strong. I can't deal with him at all. If I want to deal with him, I'll probably have to be at the mid-stage divine lord or late stage. Yi Tianyun felt incomparable pressure. His original intention was to test the situation of the evil spirit divine realm. As expected, he immediately attracted the evil spirit domain lord. The violent power left a deep impression on him. He didn't dare to continue playing. If he was really completely imprisoned, even teleportation would be useless. When that time came, it would be over. Hence, it was better to stay outside for a while. When the evil spirit domain lord relaxed a little, he planned to go back and reap the harvest. However, before leaving, he still planned to return to the evil spirit divine realm. After taking out the evil spirit puppet, he immediately threw a bunch of materials into it and upgraded the evil spirit puppet. In an instant, his cultivation directly rushed to the peak of the Lord of Heaven level, and he was almost able to enter the Divine Lord level. However, he was not in a hurry to enter the Divine Lord level. Such a rapid improvement would definitely make people suspicious, so it was better to slow down a little. After all, this was already fast enough. Before leaving the evil spirit divine realm, he was only at the first or second level of the Lord of Heaven cultivation. Now that he had rushed to the peak level, it was already shocking enough. Let me see how the situation is now. Yi Tianyun immediately swaggered towards the evil spirit divine realm. When he arrived in front of the passage, the guards didn't ask much when they saw him. Instead, they bowed respectfully, thinking about the wanton destruction just now. And now that he could casually enter, he wanted to laugh. With this evil spirit puppet, it's really not bad. I can easily sneak in. Chapter 1279. Everyone above the level of Lord of Heaven must gather back. Tianyun didn't think too much about it and quickly flew to the corresponding city to gather according to the instructions in the token. The gathering city is one of the main cities of the evil spirit divine realm, Evil Dragon City. There are many elders in the Evil Dragon City. Tianyun wanted to attack this place at first, but he felt that it would easily attract the attention of the big shots, so he attacked the remote place first. Who would have thought that just after destroying a few cities, the other party immediately sent the evil spirit divine realm lord? Obviously, they felt powerless and couldn't deal with him, so they could only bite the bullet and send the evil spirit divine realm lord. Otherwise, if they fly to suppress Tianyun one by one, it is estimated that the evil spirit divine realm lord will be half gone. Evil Dragon City is worthy of being one of the main cities. There are more elites. Tianyun's eyes flashed. If this place falls, it is definitely equivalent to cutting off one of the arms of the evil spirit divine realm. There is no way to solve it now, because the evil spirit divine realm lord is staying inside, so he can only be a little more obedient. It seems that it was not the elders who summoned the experts, but the evil spirit divine realm lord. At the same time, he saw a lot of evil spirit race people gathered, and their cultivation is at the level of Lord of Heaven. Now that a large number of them gathered here, it makes him even more excited. If he can sweep them all in one go, he doesn't know how much EXP and crazy point he can get. However, the evil spirit divine realm lord is here. He absolutely can't do anything. He is now sneaking in and listening to the news. Soon after he came down, when the evil spirit race people saw him, they all nodded to him, because they have all seen Tianyun and know that he is the god's son. They are naturally more respectful. After killing his way out of so many experts, how could he not be respected? It can be said that among the Lord of Heaven, his status is one of the best. Other than the divine monarch, his status can be regarded as the highest level. God's son, I heard that you didn't come back even when the elders summoned you. You are quite bold. Yes, such a big thing happened in the evil spirit divine realm. It seems that you really think of yourself as a God's son. You don't need to do anything. My great God's son, you are finally willing to come back. Aren't you going to stay outside for a while? What's the rush to come back? Apart from some people showing respect for him, there were also many who ridiculed him, and there were even some who took pleasure in his misfortune. They felt that Tianyun was too arrogant and self-indulgent. When the divine spirits escaped, most of them were ordered to search for him. Tianyun, on the other hand, left the evil spirit celestial domain. Tianyun also knew that the elders were constantly sending him messages to summon him back or to search the area, but he didn't care at all. After all, he was busy at that time. How could he care about these things? As for how he was going to explain, he had already thought of an excuse, so there was no need to worry about it. Immediately, Tianyun ignored them and lifted his foot to walk forward, but just as he walked to the front point, one of the elders came over and looked at him coldly. You're finally willing to come back. As a divine son, you didn't even come back after being summoned. You better give us a reasonable explanation. As they had the medallion on them, they knew whether they would return or not. When Tianyun put away the evil spirit puppet, the medallion was immediately isolated. He couldn't even receive any messages, let alone know that he had returned. Under the elders' questioning, the evil spirit race at the side revealed mocking gazes. Let's see how Tianyun will resolve this. Can you give me a reasonable explanation? At this time, Elder Tesso came over from the side. His eyes were also filled with dissatisfaction. He felt that Tianyun had left his job without permission. There were matters in the race, yet he was still unwilling to return. This was a huge matter, which was equivalent to disobeying his orders. Tianyun did not explain anything. Instead, he directly emitted a powerful aura. The power of the peak of the Lord of Heaven swept out in all directions. The evil spirit race at the side was forced to take a few steps back. The powerful aura was unbearable for them. Peak level of the Lord of Heaven. The evil spirit race at the side was shocked. They had all heard that Yi Tianyun's cultivation was only at the second or third level of the Lord of Heaven. How could it be that in such a short period of time, he had already killed his way to the peak of the Lord of Heaven? The peak of the Lord of Heaven. Elder Tesso's eyes lit up. The dissatisfaction in his eyes immediately disappeared. The reason you can't come back is because of your cultivation? Yes, this disciple was cultivating outside. I only wanted to raise my cultivation level, so I forgot about this order badge. Yi Tianyun said in a deep voice, but a mistake is a mistake. This disciple is willing to accept any punishment. It wasn't just Elder Taiso. Even the expressions of the elders beside him weren't as bad. It was not easy for them to break through their cultivation, so it was naturally a good thing to have more experts. They never thought that Yi Tianyun would break through so quickly. How could they not be happy to be able to break through so many levels of cultivation in such a short period of time? You must have found some kind of fortuitous encounter, right? If that's the case, then it's understandable. Elder Tesso waved his hand and said with a faint smile, "Then I'll pardon you. Opportunities are not that easy to come by. This kind of special situation is still understandable. Thank you, Elder Tesso, for your understanding." Yi Tianyun smiled indifferently. He knew that he would be forgiven like this. In this place, strength was respected. The faster his cultivation increased, the better. Moreover, this kind of collection work did not require him alone. It was just that if there was nothing else, he would definitely gather to help. A search at the level of the Lord of Heaven would definitely be much faster than an Earth Lord. The evil spirit race at the side all revealed jealous gazes. They had thought that they would see Yi Tianyun being punished or something, but now it seemed that nothing had happened to him at all. Instead, his status continued to rise. It's about time. Lord Domain Lord is preparing to come over. All of you have been tired during this period of time. Lord Domain Lord has seen it. Elder Tesso gestured for them to stand properly. The evil spirit Domain Lord was about to arrive. After Elder Tesso made the arrangements, he flew to the seat on the high platform in front of him and waited for the arrival of the evil spirit Domain Lord. A moment later, the evil spirit Domain Lord descended from the sky. A group of elders immediately stood up and knelt on the ground, including the evil spirit race below. They all knelt down. Yi Tianyun could only kneel down and make a respectful appearance. "Greetings, Lord Domain Lord." A deafening roar resounded through the sky, expressing their respect. The evil spirit Domain Lord descended from the sky and sat steadily on his chair. His superior gaze swept across them and said indifferently, "All of you, get up." "Thank you, Lord Domain Lord." One by one, they stood up and looked at the evil spirit Domain Lord with reverence in their eyes. Such a powerful force would naturally obtain their respect. Chapter 1280. The evil spirit Domain Lord's gaze swept across the many evil spirit race people. It had been a long time since he had checked on the current situation. After a glance, he nodded slightly. He did not feel anything strange at all. Then he said in a clear voice, "Recently, something that I cannot tolerate has happened, and that is an intruder." Not only did he capture the divine spirit race that we painstakingly captured, he also destroyed our city and killed many of our clansmen. This person's cultivation is not strong, but he possesses the strength of a divine lord. Ordinary divine lords are unable to resist him. However, he was still killed by me in the end. However, I don't know if he has any accomplices. Regarding this matter, I will send people to investigate the situation and thoroughly dig out the background of the intruder. As long as they invade our evil spirit divine realm, they must be punished by us. Let them know that our evil spirit race is not to be offended, and we will make them pay the price. Sanction, sanction, sanction. Pay the price. Pay the price. Pay the price. They all shouted loudly. They were infected by the evil spirit domain lord's words, causing them to become excited. They felt that their domain lord was an invincible existence. He had easily killed the invaders. After all, the invaders had destroyed several cities in a row, causing the people to be on tenterhooks. They were all worried that it would befall them and that they would not be able to resist it. Among the cities that had been destroyed, their overall strength was quite good. That was why they were worried that if they were to descend upon them, they would be easily destroyed without even having the chance to resist. Tianyun, who was below, was stunned. He had been destroyed. However, after thinking about it carefully, he immediately laughed. This was a matter of face. The evil spirit domain lord couldn't possibly say that the intruder had escaped, right? He could only say that he had destroyed it. If he attacked again, next time, he could just say that it was another intruder. This way, he could protect his face and increase his prestige. Why not? Even so, we still need to strengthen our defenses. Before we investigate, clearly, all of you must guard the evil spirit divine realm. If there is any emergency, immediately inform the elders, and then the elders will inform me. During this period of time, you will have to work harder, but I will get the elders to give you rewards. Once everything is investigated, I will make them pay the price and reward you with everything they have seized. The evil spirit region lord's gaze was ice cold. He definitely had to investigate this matter thoroughly. It had caused him to lose all his face. So how could he not investigate it thoroughly? If he couldn't find out the truth, he definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. Thank you, Region Lord. One by one, the Lord of Heaven knelt down on the ground. Tianyun pretended to kneel down, but he laughed coldly in his heart. Find out about his situation? What situation could he be in? Who could possibly know the situation of a master of the three realms? The human race was extremely vast, and it was impossible to kill them all. Their statuses were basically low, and there was no way to find out who they were. Even if they searched for a long time, they would not be able to find any clues. Huang Xiaolong guessed that Huang Xiaolong must have gone to look for grade 3 God realm or something. After all, the cultivation he had displayed so far required him to be at least a grade 3 God realm. Shortly after, the evil spirit region lord waved his hand, and many pill bottles fell into their hands. The portions were all the same. There was no difference. After throwing out a pile of elixirs, they quickly threw out a large number of weapons, which landed in their hands. When they received the weapons, they realized that they were all medium-grade reincarnation level weapons. Those with higher cultivations would receive high-grade reincarnation level weapons. Some of them even managed to obtain low-tier heavens Tao artifacts. Some even got low-grade heavenly law level weapons. Among them, Tianyun got a low-grade heavenly law level weapon. It could be said that he was quite generous. There were many Lord of Heaven present, at least tens of thousands of them. It was quite generous to throw out so many treasures at once. After receiving these treasures, the Lord of Heaven was very satisfied. The key was the latter half of the sentence. If they could find out where the invaders were from, they would get even more. So what if they worked a little harder? It was their honor to be able to work for the evil spirit region lord. After the excitement, they went back to their own matters and returned to their posts. Just as Tianyun was about to leave, Elder Tesso sent him a voice transmission. Don't leave in a hurry. Stay. Tianyun stopped and his heart sank. Is he going to ask about the goddess? Was it about Ji Shuilian? If he were to summon Ji Shuilian, she would really not be by his side. However, he did not run away. Instead, he calmly walked over and came in front of Elder Tesso. Elder Tesso, what's the matter? Itianyan asked. Your breakthrough speed is not bad, and your previous achievements are also not bad. Let's meet the Lord first and ask him to give you some pointers, Elder Tesso said with a smile. Itianyan breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that he wanted the evil spirit region Lord to give him pointers instead of summoning Ji Shuilian. Immediately, Elder Tesso brought him to the evil spirit region Lord and knelt down together with him. Greetings, Lord. Itianyan shouted. The evil spirit region Lord carefully sized him up. After a moment, he nodded and said, Not bad. It seems that you have a small opportunity. After consuming the dark spirit fruit and strengthening your body, your cultivation is quite good. Your overall situation is very good. As a candidate for the Divine Son, you are not bad. The evil spirit region, Lord did not exaggerate, but it was quite amazing that this evaluation came from a heavenly venerable. Thank you for your praise, Lord, Itianyan said. This is your reward. The evil spirit region, Lord flicked his hand, and a ball of light fell into Itianyan's head. To be exact, it fell into the head of the evil spirit puppet. Itianyan immediately sensed that it was a middle-grade, heavenly path martial art. It was a cultivation method specifically for the dark saint body, and it was quite suitable for his cultivation. Thank you, Lord. Itianyan pretended to be extremely grateful and thanked him. Come and find me when your cultivation breaks through to the 5th level Divine Lord. At that time, I will make you my personal disciple. The evil spirit region, Lord said solemnly. Itianyan immediately reacted and said gratefully, Thank you, Lord, for your nurturing. I will definitely live up to your expectations and make a breakthrough in my cultivation. Elder Tesso and the others' eyes lit up. It was rare to see the evil spirit region Lord accept a personal disciple, which made them extremely envious. If he became a personal disciple, he would definitely become the next Lord. However, Itianyan smiled coldly. This was the result he wanted. He would sneak in as a spy and then kill them from the inside. Chapter 1281. After giving out the rewards, the evil spirit territory Lord did not say anything else and gestured for Itianyan to leave. Elder Tesso did not ask Itianyan about Ji Shuilian. The evil spirit territory Lord was the most powerful here, so he might as well talk to the evil spirit territory Lord. After they all left, the evil spirit territory Lord snorted coldly, his face as cold as frost. Where did this intruder come from? He actually had such an encirclement and was able to escape from my taboo black screen. The evil spirit territory Lord had already spread a soundproof barrier around them. Other than the many elders, no one could hear what they were saying. The evil spirit territory Lord did not hide the truth from the elders. This was a very serious matter, and he definitely had to discuss it with the elders. As for the other clansmen, he would definitely focus on appeasing them. The elders were the core, so it was normal to discuss it with them. According to the intelligence, the other party only has the cultivation of the Lord of Heaven. This reminds me of the human who saved the divine spirit race before. It's very likely that it's the same person. His ability to escape is top-notch, and he escaped from my seal in the blink of an eye. Elder Tesso recalled that time and was very suspicious that it was the same person. This time, he ran back and forth, and it was already over before he even saw a shadow. They were not like the evil spirit territory Lord, who could travel such a long distance in one breath, so they could only use the teleportation array. The evil spirit territory lord was able to travel so far because he controlled the core power of the evil spirit divine realm. He was the master of the evil spirit divine realm. So how could he not be fast? If it was another divine realm, he would not be so perverted. If reinforcements came, Tianyun would have destroyed a city long ago and gone to another city. The evil spirit territory lord raised his hand, and a phantom image appeared in the void. It was the scene of his battle with Tianyun. The image showed Tianyun's appearance very clearly. In fact, it was the evil spirit territory lord who displayed the memories in his mind for them to see clearly. It doesn't seem to be the same person. Elder Tesso shook his head, but after carefully sensing it, the aura is quite similar. Could it be the same person? It should be the same person, but they changed their appearance so that we can't find them. The evil spirit region, Lord said in a deep voice, it seems that the person who came is still very prepared. It will be more difficult to find him. However, I will carefully investigate the background of the intruder according to this situation. To be able to escape from my hands, they are all below the Divine Lord level. It's very likely that they are relying on some treasure. Generally, those who could possess such a treasure were definitely very powerful Empyrean spirit treasures. But the Lord of Heaven can't use an Empyrean spirit treasure. There is only one possibility, and that is that his master or someone like that poured their own energy into his body to temporarily control it. Empyrean spirit treasures couldn't be used by those below the Empyrean realm. But this wasn't absolute. As long as an Empyrean poured the corresponding energy into their disciple's body, they would be able to use it. It wasn't possible to use it often, but it shouldn't be a problem to use it a few times. But if he did that, it would be too bold. If he was caught and the Empyrean spirit treasure was snatched away, that would make one's heart ache. If that's the case, isn't it a little risky? Elder Tesso said solemnly. Otherwise, what kind of treasure do you think can escape from my taboo black screen, other than an Empyrean spirit treasure? I don't think there is any level of treasure that can escape from my hands. The evil spirit region, Lord said sternly. Indeed, if that's the case, this Empyrean is really generous, Elder Tesso said solemnly. Or perhaps they have absolute confidence in being able to escape, so they let them do whatever they want. It's also possible that they obtained an Empyrean spirit treasure by chance. At the same time, they also obtained a portion of the energy that can provide them for a period of time. Another elder voiced his guess. That's also possible. The evil spirit region, Lord said solemnly, no matter what, let's start investigating the Empyrean of the rank 3 divine realm first. I want to see who is so arrogant as to dare come to our evil spirit divine realm to cause trouble. He fiercely slammed the stone table beside him, turning it into powder. Right. Invading our evil spirit divine realm, no matter what faction it is, we will pursue it to the end. Their eyes were filled with anger. Who dared to invade them? Even if they had to sacrifice their lives, they would kill their way out. Just as they were about to make their vows to investigate the invaders' forces, a message suddenly appeared in their communication pendants. Reporting to Elder, an invader has slaughtered Sieshu City. What? They immediately jumped up and hurriedly shouted to the evil spirit region lord, Lord, that invader is here again. Now, he has already begun to destroy Sieshu City. If we don't rescue him, the city will be destroyed soon. A slap in the face, a heavy slap in the face. They had just said that the invader had been killed, and now they were immediately slapped in the face. Moreover, it had come so quickly that they could not believe it. What's going on? I clearly investigated every detail and every corner, but I didn't find any traces of him. Why did he suddenly attack? Could it be that his concealment ability has already exceeded the range of my detection? The evil spirit region Lord did not say anything else. He immediately broke through space and charged towards where Itianyun was. Itianyun had learned his lesson this time. He had not even destroyed half of it, and he immediately used the teleportation divine stone to teleport away. When the evil spirit region Lord rushed over, he discovered that Itianyun had already disappeared. He had no idea where he had escaped to. Damn it, he actually fled immediately this time. The evil spirit region Lord was furious, completely furious. He had been thoroughly played, as if he had been ruthlessly toyed with. Lord, that invader has gone to another city to destroy. As expected, it's this guy. The evil spirit region Lord was about to go crazy. He immediately continued to teleport out, wanting to kill Itianyun. However, the result did not change. Itianyun was very clever. He had already estimated the time it would take for the evil spirit region Lord to teleport over. When he was ready, he immediately chose to escape. He had a lot of teleportation divine stones, so he was not afraid of the heartache at all. After exterminating a large number of evil spirit race, he would be able to earn it back immediately. He was not afraid of consumption at all. To him, this was a crazy harvest of experience, earning wave after wave of experience. It was really too much. If this continued, how difficult would it be to break through to the Divine Lord realm? The level of the Lord of Heaven allowed him to return to the era when his cultivation soared. All the previous restrictions could only be slowed down. Now, it was different. There was no such thing as a heavenly tribulation. He just had to rush all the way. He escaped again. This guy, the evil spirit region Lord, was completely enraged. His eyes flickered with a pitch-black light. Looks like I can only be forced to use my killer move. If I don't suppress it, my forces will be destroyed. Chapter 1282. Itianyun kept switching places back and forth. The distance was very far, and he even intercepted a bunch of Lord of Heaven. After killing a lot of them, he immediately chose to escape. Originally, he gathered them for a meeting, but now he earned a lot. He harvested hundreds and thousands of Lord of Heaven at once. That experience directly skyrocketed, causing him to grin from ear to ear. Continue to level up. Ding! Congratulations to player. Itianyun successfully broke through to the 8th layer of Lord of Heaven. Ding! Congratulations to player. Itianyun successfully broke through to the 9th layer of Lord of Heaven. Ding! Congratulations to player. Itianyun successfully broke through to the peak of Lord of Heaven. After killing a lot of Lord of Heaven and a lot of evil spirit race, he finally let himself accumulate enough experience to continuously level up so that he rushed to the peak of Lord of Heaven in one go. This kind of speed is really amazing. If others were to find out that one's cultivation could leap like this, they would definitely be scared silly. Originally, it was extremely difficult to level up, but here is the heaven of leveling up, as long as you kill all the way. At that time, the experience will be more and more, and you can easily level up. Ding! Successfully accepted the special leveling task, breakthrough to a new realm. After condensing the 3rd planet, you can get 1,000 crazy point, 500 compression proficiency, and get the title Supreme God Monarch. You don't need to complete it. Directly breakthrough to God Monarch. Itianyun's eyes lit up. There is such a breakthrough task, condensing the 3rd planet. And then get this title. I must do it. Itianyun doesn't need to think about it. This kind of task must definitely be done. Not to mention the previous rewards, he is not unaware of the benefits brought by condensing the 3rd planet. Plus the title, he doesn't need to look at it. He knows that the effect brought by this title is definitely crushing. For example, how strong the suppression power can be when facing God Monarch. This kind of thing, how can he not do it? It is much better than any equipment. It's about time. Let's continue. Yi Tianyun's figure flashed, and he disappeared. Soon, he arrived at another city and continued to suppress them. There were many cities in the evil spirit divine realm, and he had only destroyed a small portion of them. It would not be a problem for him to destroy the entire evil spirit celestial realm by himself. It would just take a little more time. The question was, would the evil spirit region Lord be willing to let him continue killing them? He could only keep rushing back and forth, sweeping through everything in his path. As long as it wasn't an Empyrean, he wasn't afraid at all. Insolent Junior, come and die. At this time, two phantoms flashed in the void. Then they stretched out their hands, and an extremely thick sealing force immediately formed in the void. Immediately, a thick layer of sealing force was added to the inside and outside of the void. At the same time, another layer of forbidden darkness was added on the outside. Two extremely violent suppressive forces pressed down from above, causing Yi Tianyun's scalp to go numb. Two Empyreans. Yi Tianyun narrowed his eyes and looked up at the sky. Apart from the evil spirit region Lord, there was also an equally handsome evil spirit beside him. It seemed that he was the previous evil spirit region Lord. Both of them were Empyrean level, but the new one's cultivation had already reached the late-stage Empyrean level. He was one level stronger than the evil spirit region Lord. With the two Empyreans joining forces, they directly suppressed him, broke through the void at an even faster speed, and then sealed him again. I didn't expect a junior to make me come out of seclusion. The previous evil spirit region, Lord looked at Yi Tianyun and shook his head, a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Master, I can't seal him. Even if I use the forbidden darkness, I can't seal him. Therefore, I can only rely on your help. Otherwise, I won't be able to capture him. He has brought too many losses to our evil spirit celestial realm. So I can only ask you to come out of seclusion. The evil spirit region Lord was very respectful. Forget it. I'd like to see if he can escape from two Empyrean spiritual treasures. Empyrean Fei Te looked down coldly. At the same time, he quickly controlled a powerful force and pressed it toward Yi Tianyun, wanting to capture him alive. They didn't want to die. They just wanted to capture Yi Tianyun and search his soul fiercely to find out everything. They wanted to see who sent him here. He was actually so arrogant and dared to cause trouble in their faction, facing the pressure of the two Empyrean spiritual treasures. Yi Tianyun immediately felt the pressure. Without any hesitation, he immediately used teleportation to escape. As expected, he discovered that teleportation was ineffective. He was firmly locked here, unable to escape. If he could still escape after being sealed by two Empyrean spiritual treasures, then he would really be too useless. Even though his cultivation had broken through, he couldn't successfully escape. His spiritual consciousness was completely sealed, unable to penetrate the seal of the Empyrean spiritual treasures. However, this had nothing to do with spiritual consciousness. Teleportation was still too low level. He needed a higher level to escape. Upgrade teleportation. Ding. Successfully deducted 3,000 crazy compression point. Upgraded to 8th level teleportation. Greatly enhanced the ability to penetrate the seal. The range of teleportation is 3 times the distance of spiritual consciousness exploration. The next level requires 8,000 crazy compression point. He just finished upgrading it last time, and this time he needs to upgrade it again. But he also made a lot of money. He killed so many evil spirit race, and got enough crazy point to fill this loophole. If he didn't have enough crazy point, he really wouldn't dare to mess around. If he was really caught, then he would be in big trouble. Go! Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed, and in the next moment, he disappeared in the same place, completely escaped from their line of sight, Everything was so untraceable, not even half of his figure disappeared. The moment he escaped, the two Empyrean spiritual treasures compressed him, but the result was that they collided with each other, and nothing was sealed. He escaped. Empyrean Fei Te frowned. He didn't expect that two Empyrean spiritual treasures plus two Empyrean spiritual treasures couldn't catch the Lord of Heaven. The evil spirit domain Lord was even more furious. He can still escape. What's going on? Is it a middle Empyrean spiritual treasure or an upper Empyrean spiritual treasure? Even under the seal of the two of us, he can still escape. The evil spirit domain Lord was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood, especially Empyrean Fei Te. He just woke up from his seclusion, and the price was not small. Now, they didn't catch him, and he escaped, and they lost so much. It made them so depressed that they want to vomit blood. Only a middle Empyrean spiritual treasure can escape from our seal, Empyrean Fei Te said with a complicated look. Generally, Empyreans will not appear within the third grade God domain. They will only stay in the fourth grade God domain. Could it be that he was sent by the fourth grade God domain to cause trouble? Chapter 1283. The escape of the intruder made them calm down quickly, and they began to think about whether it was the work of a rank 4 God realm. If it was really the work of a rank 4 God realm, they would not dare to pursue the matter. The power of a rank 4 God realm was beyond their imagination. They would be dead with just a slap. Although they also had a backer, if another rank 4 God realm targeted them, the higher-ups would not be able to take care of them. After all, who knew which rank 4 God realm it was? They would just play around and see what they could do. It shouldn't be a rank 4 God realm. If it was, would they play such tricks? Or would they send more people over? Maybe they provoked someone and kept coming to ambush us. Heavenly Venerable Fei Te thought about it and shook his head in the end. He felt that it was unlikely to be a rank 4 God realm. A rank 4 God realm was too exaggerated. It was not something they could reach. But how did they escape from our two great seals? Without a mid-level Heavenly Venerable Spirit treasure, or above, it's basically impossible to escape. The evil spirit territory Lord shook his head, still finding it unbelievable. There are many unknowns in this world. Anyway, let's wait and see what changes there are. I won't go into seclusion for now, and we'll stay outside for a while. With the two of us in charge, as long as there is a slight situation, we can immediately rush over to chase. We can't seal the two great spirit treasures, but we have other ways to seal them. Heavenly Venerable Fei Te's eyes were cold. As Heavenly Venerables, it was impossible that they did not have other means. If that was all they had really underestimated them. Yes, I don't believe that we can't even capture a junior. The evil spirit territory Lord said sternly. At the same time, in another corner, Tianyun had already quickly changed into his evil spirit puppet state. He would not worry even if the evil spirit territory Lord were to investigate. They did not expect that there would be such a puppet that could do this. The power of two Heavenly Venerables. Is this the power of the evil spirit territory? Tianyun shook his head. Obviously, he could not continue to cause trouble. That Heavenly Venerable Fei Te was too powerful, and the speed at which he intercepted was astonishing. He did not even feel anything, and the other party had already charged over. This meant that it seemed unlikely for him to run around and fool the evil spirit domain Lord at the moment. The other party could easily intercept him, and then it would be his turn to escape. Since that was the case, he could only temporarily give up. Looks like I can only put it aside for now. I'll make further plans after my cultivation base has improved. Tianyun flew out of the evil spirit celestial realm directly. This was the only way to prove that he had left the evil spirit celestial realm. If he suddenly disappeared, he would definitely be suspected. It was fine if he disappeared for a short period of time, but if he disappeared for too long, he would be suspected. Therefore, he had to leave this place first and fly outside. This was an extraordinary period, but the evil spirit divine realm would not stop all the evil spirit race from going out. They could not even go out and were trapped here. It was a little too harsh. After he left, the evil spirit race held a meeting at the same time. The main point was to discuss the power of the Fan Yu evil spirit race. The Fan Yu evil spirit race's forces had all been destroyed. How could these elders not be furious? Very soon, they sent people to encircle and annihilate them. However, this was not under Yi Tianyun's control. Everything was under Yu Ming's control. After leaving the evil spirit celestial realm, he immediately used the teleportation divine stone to return to the heavenly spring celestial realm. Back here, everything was so familiar, and there were not many changes. He had not been away for long, so there naturally could not be any major changes. After returning, he immediately rushed to the domain Lord's celestial palace. Previously, the colored glazed domain Lord had said that once he broke through to the Lord of Heaven's cultivation base, he could go and find her. She would bring Yi Tianyun to a place. Now that Yi Tianyun was about to break through to the Lord God level, it was a little late. I wonder where the colored glazed domain Lord will bring me? Yi Tianyun did not know where the colored glazed domain Lord wanted to bring him, but it would definitely not be a simple place. Previously, it was said that only the Lord of Heaven could go there, and that was the lowest standard. Just as he was about to go, he suddenly received a message on his token. Moreover, there were many messages at once. Elder Dong, Yun wants me to go back. Yi Tianyun did not know what was going on, so he flew back to the God Creation Palace first. These communication tokens would only be effective when the distance was not very far. Since he had just returned, the messages that he had previously released naturally came flooding in. Shortly after, he returned to the God Creation Palace. Just as he returned, there were a few senior brothers standing guard outside. Among them, the Fire Lotus Lord of Heaven and the Imperial Dragon Lord of Heaven were standing guard outside. When they saw him return, they hurriedly walked over and said, "Little junior brother, you are finally back. Elder Dong Yun has been waiting for too long." "What happened?" Yi Tianyun asked curiously. "It's a grade 3 god realm. An emissary from a grade 3 god realm is here, and specifically said that he wants to recruit you as a disciple. Furthermore, he will give you extremely generous treatment and rewards." That's right. He mentioned so many rewards that I feel dizzy just listening to him. What Heavenly Tao grade martial arts, all sorts of Heavenly Tao grade treasures, and he will focus on nurturing you. I'm so envious. And it's not just one family, but a few grade 3 god realm emissaries. They have been waiting here for a long time. The two of them rattled off a bunch of information. In general, they were saying that a grade 3 god realm emissary had come to recruit him as a disciple, and that he would receive extremely generous treatment. As expected, they still came. His name had spread throughout the heavenly spring god realm, and even to the other god realms. Normally, grade 3 god realms that paid attention to the situation would immediately know that a genius had appeared and would naturally send an emissary down. No wonder they were so anxious. It turned out that a grade 3 god realm emissary had come. Is that so? Then let them wait a little longer. Yi Tianyun said with a smile, and walked inside the building. It seemed like they did not know that the Region Lord Glazed Glass had made him swear not to join any grade 3 god realm. He did not want to become cannon fodder. Even if his cultivation had increased, it would still be nothing when the war between the god realms began. A heavenly venerable would appear. He had seen the strength of a heavenly venerable before. It was too difficult to resist, and he would basically be crushed. Little junior brother, they sucked in a breath of cold air. They felt that Tianyun was really domineering. That was a grade 3 god realm. If it were them, how could they refuse? They would immediately choose to join. The environment of a grade 3 god realm was far superior to that of a grade 2 god realm. It was better in every aspect. Then Tianyun lifted his foot and walked inside. As soon as he entered the main hall, he saw the 3 emissaries sitting at the side, sipping tea without any interaction. They were all here to snatch someone, which meant that they were enemies. How could there be any interaction? Chapter 1284. The moment Tianyun walked in, their gazes landed on him. The 3 envoys all stood up and looked at him in shock. He broke through to the Lord of Heaven. They immediately sensed that Tianyun's cultivation was no longer that of an earth monarch, but that of a Lord of Heaven. This shocked them even more. Breaking through to the Lord of Heaven in such a short time, especially when it was a 9 refinements earth monarch, shocked them even more. After all, it was extremely difficult for a 9 refinements earth monarch to break through to the Lord of Heaven. Without confidence, no one would dare to casually break through. However, they didn't know that Tianyun's true situation was that he broke through to the 10 refinements earth monarch, which was even more tyrannical. Yes, I broke through to the Lord of Heaven. Tianyun smiled and sized them up. The 3 envoys' cultivation was not high. They were all above the 4th or 5th layer of the Lord of Heaven. However, as envoys, their cultivation was not bad and did not need to be high. The important thing was the power behind them, not themselves. Even if they were only Star Lords, everyone would be extremely respectful to them. The power behind them was enough to make them respect them. Otherwise, they would not even know how they died. You're finally back. I don't know where you went. I couldn't contact you. When Elder Dong Yun saw Tianyun return, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. I went out to train a little. Tianyun smiled. He couldn't possibly say that he went to the evil spirit race for a stroll, right? No matter what, it's good that you're back. All 3 of them are envoys from the 3rd grade God realm, and they said that they want to recruit you as their disciple. It's up to you to decide how you want to do it. Elder Dongyun said confidently, as he didn't have the right to decide. Tianyun turned his attention to them, and just when he was about to say something, one of them immediately spoke up. If you join our flowing moon god region, we'll give you a mid-grade heavenly Tao martial art and other heavenly Tao treasures. We'll also give you the best place to cultivate and increase our efforts to nurture you. At the same time, you will directly become an inner disciple of our grade 3 God domain, with the goal of nurturing you into an extremely powerful God monarch. One of them immediately saw through it and threw out their current conditions without hesitation, especially the latter half of the sentence. It was much more important than any martial arts. The amount of resources needed to nurture a powerful God monarch was astonishing. The Heaven's Path martial art that Zhang Xian had mentioned earlier was just the beginning. Since they had just entered, they naturally had to first observe their performance before they would be given better things. Otherwise, it would be a little too exaggerated to immediately throw everything out. The Flowing Moon God Realm. Is this all you've got? If that's the case, you might as well join our Gold End God Realm. Once you do, you'll be given high-tier Heaven's Tao martial arts, high-tier Heaven's Tao treasures, and cultivation grounds. We have great attainments in smithing, and we can definitely satisfy your needs in this aspect. As for later training, as long as you perform well enough, any resources won't be a problem. The other one immediately blurted out. The conditions he mentioned were even more tempting. They were definitely the best. The last emissary at the side had an indifferent expression, as if he didn't care about the conditions they had proposed. The conditions that our illusory gold god realm provides are very simple. We guarantee that you can reach late-stage god monarch cultivation and have hopes of becoming a heavenly venerable in the future. The contents of this emissary's words were not much. It was not as complicated as the other two's, which was just a simple sentence. However, the contents were even more exciting. They guaranteed that he could be nurtured to late-stage god monarch, and even have a chance of becoming a heavenly venerable. Heavenly venerable, a synonym for supreme. Anyone would be attracted immediately. When the other two emissaries heard this, they were instantly dumbfounded. This was not going according to the script at all. How were they supposed to play with such a contrast? This illusory gold god realm had already treated Tianyun as a key target to nurture, guaranteeing that he could break through to late-stage god monarch cultivation. How could such conditions not be tempting? When the Fire Lotus Lord of Heaven and the others heard this, they were going crazy with envy. It was extremely difficult to break through to the god monarch level, let alone the heavenly venerable level. When one reached the god monarch level, even breaking through was difficult, and it required a huge amount of resources. Otherwise, there would be no improvement at all. They all looked at Tianyun. This time, the main character was Tianyun, and everything was up to him. After listening to their conditions, Elder Dongyun, who was at the side, was sure that Tianyun would definitely choose the illusory gold god realm. The emissary of the illusory gold god realm did not say anything, but the contents were absolutely explosive. If it were him, he would be extremely tempted. Thank you for your invitation, but I don't want to join any third-grade god realm for the time being. I want to stay in the heavenly spring god realm. Tianyun smiled slightly and rejected their invitation. What? This time, they were all shocked. The illusory gold god realm, which was originally full of confidence, was now dumbfounded. They had thrown out such tempting rewards, but he still rejected them like that. The Fire Lotus Lord of Heaven and the others widened their eyes. He rejected such generous conditions. Was his head kicked by a donkey? Tianyun also felt extremely helpless. If it wasn't for the Colored Glaze Region Lord telling him not to join, he might really have joined. Even if it was a god realm battle, he was not afraid. Right now, his life-saving skills were top-notch. He was not afraid of a god realm battle at all. Instead, it could speed up his breakthrough. However, he would not go back on his promise to the Colored Glaze Region Lord. Staying in the heavenly spring god realm was still acceptable. This little brother, are you right? Did you not think carefully about the conditions of our illusory gold god realm? Or was it not detailed enough? Or did other emissaries from other god realms offer more generous conditions? The emissary from the illusory gold god realm found it hard to accept. That's not true. Even if other god realms come, I will reject them all. I will definitely not join any third-grade god realm. I will always stay in the heavenly spring god realm. If one day you see me join a third-grade god realm, feel free to look for me, Tianyun explained. This time, the three emissaries were speechless. They had already said this much. If they continued, it would be meaningless. Since that's the case, there's no other way. The three emissaries looked at them and snorted coldly. They waved their hands and left, not trying to persuade them to stay. They were third-grade god realms. They had sent people to recruit them, but they were rejected. If they did not want to join, then so be it. They would not force them. If they wanted to join again in the future, It would be difficult. They would not allow them to join, even if they knelt on the ground. Even third-grade god realms had face. After rejecting them once, they would not invite them again. In the end, if they did not come, then there would be no more opportunities in the future. Come or not, it was up to them. After they left in anger, Elder East Cloud, and the others came over and sighed. "What are you doing?" That's a third-grade god realm. Such a good opportunity was missed just like that. They were going crazy. Others had joined immediately, but Eteonian had rejected them. Chapter 1285 was a grade 3-god realm good. If word of this got out, Eteonian would be scolded to death. A grade 3-god realm might not be the best, but it was at least 10 times stronger than a heavenly spring god realm. How could it not be good? They would definitely scold Eteonian for being short-sighted. If he rejected a grade 3 god realm, how could he expect to jump straight to a grade 4 god realm? A grade 4 god realm usually recruited from a grade 3 god realm. It was rare to see someone from a grade 2 god realm. That was because they all had a threshold. Grade 3 god realm was the lowest, and some didn't even bother to recruit a grade 3 god realm. Because there was a huge gap between the two, it was better to recruit around a grade 4 god realm instead of going back to a grade 3 god realm. Little junior brother, I don't know what to say. I can only say that you're strong enough. Yulong, Lord of Heaven, gave him a thumbs up. If it were him, he would have joined without a second thought. As for the 3 envoys, they would choose the illusory gold god realm. If there was only one, he would also join immediately. How could he give up such a precious opportunity? Once he joined a grade 3 god realm, he would receive all sorts of special training that far surpassed the treatment here. However, Eteonian had rejected such good treatment. That was the scariest part. Yulong, Lord of Heaven, and the others all thought the same. They felt that Eteonian was really amazing. He didn't even want to join a grade 3 god realm. If this is your decision, then work hard in your cultivation. Although the heavenly spring god realm is a bit weaker than a grade 3 god realm, if you focus on cultivation, you can still break through to a higher level. Elder East Cloud didn't blame Eteonian. Everyone had their own choices. There was no need to force things. Thank you for your concern, Elder East Cloud. Eteonian smiled gratefully. They didn't blame him too much. Everyone had their own path. It was a pity not to join, but one had to choose their own path. There was no point in forcing things. After they left, Eteonian was about to go to the Glaze Field Lord, but Elder Dongyan suddenly remembered something and asked, "I almost forgot to ask you something. I can't see through your cultivation now. I don't know what your current cultivation is. Is he the first layer of the Lord of Heaven or the second layer? I need to consolidate this level of cultivation." "My cultivation?" Eteonian said with a smile. "My cultivation is now at the peak of Heavenly Monarch Realm. I don't need to say anything else. Elder, I'll go look for Region Lord Colored Glaze first. The Region Lord told me that when I break through to the Lord of Heaven, she'll bring me to a place." With that, he turned and left, leaving behind a dumbfounded Elder Dongyan. "What's going on? The Lord of Heaven has reached the pinnacle? What a freak. How did he cultivate? This kid wouldn't lie to me, right?" Elder Dongyan was shocked by Eteonian's words. The Lord of Heaven had reached the pinnacle of the Lord of Heaven? How long had it been? With this level of cultivation, he had already left the Lord of Heaven and the others in the dust. Where was the promised little junior brother? Now, his cultivation base could instantly kill them. They weren't even on the same level anymore. No wonder he rejected the offer of a grade 3 god realm. Could it be that he met a senior while training outside, Elder Dong Yun clapped his hands in excitement. Turning his head to look around, he muttered to himself, "I can't let this matter get out. If it gets out, it will attract even more grade 3 God Realm experts." In Huang Xiaolong's opinion, the current grade 3 God Realm was nothing. The master behind Yi Tianyun was the most important. Yi Tianyun soon arrived at the domain Lord's Divine Palace. After reporting his arrival, the guards led him in. After circling around several times, he arrived at the empty Divine Hall. The guard indicated for him to wait here. He didn't move and waited for a while. Before long, Domain Lord Valurium emerged from the water core. Her eyes lit up when she saw Huang Xiaolong. "You've broken through so quickly? I thought you'd need more time to prepare." Yi Tianyun was also looking at her. Her condition had stabilized. She had completely recovered from her previous exhaustion. In fact, her condition was much better than before. "Greetings, Lord Valurium." Yi Tianyun cupped his fists. "Let's skip the formalities." Domain Lord Valurium waved her hand and smiled. "It looks like you're ready?" "Yes, this disciple is ready. We can set off at any time," Yi Tianyun said. "And your cultivation base is almost there. If you had come a little later, I would have set off. Next time, it will be some time before we can set off together." Domain Lord Valurium smiled. "What a coincidence. How long will it take for us to set off?" Yi Tianyun inquired. "We'll set off in about a month. If you don't have anything else to do, come cultivate with me. We'll set off together." Domain Lord Valurium said. "Many thanks, Lord Valurium." Yi Tianyun nodded, not bothering to stand on ceremony. Then the two of them went down together. Domain Lord Valurium didn't ask any questions. As long as his cultivation base reached the required level, she would bring him along. Lord Valurium, the grade 3 God Realm envoys came to look for me, but I rejected them all. Yi Tianyun said from the side, "I'm aware of this. It might seem like you're at a disadvantage, but I think you'll soon realize that you won't be at a disadvantage." Domain Lord Valurium smiled, faintly. "Especially after you come with me, there'll be a God Realm war." Domain Lord Valurium paid close attention to the matters here. Moreover, a grade 3 God Realm envoy came to recruit him. If she didn't know about such a big matter, then she wouldn't be a domain lord, unless she was in closed-door cultivation and didn't have time to come out. There's nothing to be at a disadvantage about. To me, cultivating in the heavenly spring God Realm isn't any worse than cultivating in a grade 3 God Realm. Yi Tianyun smiled. His cultivation method was different. As long as he was given enough freedom, nothing would be a problem. If these words of yours were to spread, wouldn't you become a laughingstock? Everyone knows that a grade 3 God Realm is much stronger than a grade 2 God Realm, yet you still dare to say such words. Domain Lord Valurium smiled. "However, if I didn't know about that mysterious area, I wouldn't be able to compare. When the time comes, you'll know that the resources I'm offering are not even something a grade 3 God Realm can offer." Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. It seemed like it was a holy land for cultivation or some special place. Domain Lord Valurium didn't explain in detail, choosing to keep him guessing. After all, it was useless to say it out loud. It was better to see it with his own eyes and explain in detail. When they reached the edge of the water core, Yi Tianyun and Domain Lord Valurium sat in meditation to cultivate. Yi Tianyun also slowly absorbed the energy from the water core. The only thing he gained was experience points. It couldn't expand the water core in his body. At this time, he was more concerned about what kind of elemental core he should condense. The third core was extremely important. There must be no conflict. Chapter 1286. The Glaze region master was cultivating at the side, while Etionyan was thinking about what kind of core to condense. He didn't think for long before he slapped his thigh. What's there to think about? Don't I have 3 cores now? Etionyan was pleasantly surprised. Condense that thunder core into a planet. That's 2 birds with 1 stone. There's no need to think about it at all. He had a thunder core in his body that was forcefully given to him by the heavenly tribulation when he was breaking through it. If he used it for cultivation, he could directly form a planet. There was no need to specially absorb anything. To condense a core into a planet, not only did the core have to be big enough, but it also had to be balanced in all aspects. The core was the core, and the planet was the planet. This was the same principle as when he condensed his second planet and condensed his life core. There was no problem condensing it, but when he condensed it, he realized that the 2 clashed. Now, the thunder core was the same. There was no problem at all. When it condensed into a planet, he wouldn't know the real situation. Let's try it first. The thunder core and the water core seemed to have a mutually reinforcing effect. To condense a planet, there had to be a mutually reinforcing effect. As for the counter effect, there definitely was. For example, the thunder element was somewhat of a counter to the wood element. As long as the 2 elements were separated, they could coexist harmoniously. If the 2 elements countered each other and caused a conflict, it would be troublesome. It could easily cause a lot of trouble. It might even cause the collapse of other planets. After careful consideration, Etionyan finally decided to condense the thunder core into a solid form. He didn't think too much and immediately began to condense the thunder core in his body. After continuously injecting energy into it, the thunder core rapidly grew bigger and started to condense a planet. At this time, the water core at the side, as well as the water planet, continuously released energy to provide energy to the thunder core. With the help of the 2 energy bodies, the thunder core began to condense rapidly. It was much faster than before. There's hope. Etionyan was pleasantly surprised. Seeing other elements coming to help, it meant that the compatibility between the 2 elements was not bad. This way, the breakthrough effect would undoubtedly be better. As he continued to condense, the planet became bigger and bigger. On the planet that had just condensed, there were dense lightning bolts raging in the surroundings. It looked very violent, as if it could split a nearby planet in half at any time. Etionyan carefully controlled the planet of thunder to move to the side. They left Jupiter and came to the edge of Mercury to grow. He did not want to cause a conflict. It would be troublesome if his body exploded. Under his careful control, the situation of the lightning planet in his body became more and more stable. The initial irascibility quickly became docile. However, on the surface, it was still a terrifying lightning that wreaked havoc. It would be extremely difficult to have any life inside. It looked like an energy sphere. What kind of life could survive inside? If there was one, it must be the type that was extremely resistant to lightning. Power of lightning? At this moment, the Lioli region Lord sensed something strange and woke up. She turned to look at Etionyan. What he saw was the surface of Etionyan's body. It was filled with the power of lightning, and it looked like it was not weak at all. What's going on? He's still cultivating the power of lightning? The Lioli region Lord did not expect that Etionyan was condensing the planet of thunder. Instead, she thought that Etionyan was cultivating the power of lightning. A cultivator's body could have several elemental powers. Some were born with it, and some cultivated it themselves in the later stages. Most people who had multiple elemental powers cultivated it themselves in the later stages. They would not be born with many elemental powers. As for condensing more than one planet, it was even more difficult. It was simply impossible. They had never seen the existence of two planets. They all only had one planet. The existence of more than one planet was extremely easy to explode, and it was easy for problems to arise. The Lioli region, Lord frowned. She did not advocate the cultivation of multiple elemental powers. If there was extra time, it would be better to strengthen oneself instead of cultivating multiple elemental powers. After all, Tianyun cultivated the water element previously. If he were to mix in the lightning element, wouldn't that be nonsense? However, Tianyun was still cultivating, so she did not disturb him. When he wakes up, I must teach him a lesson. The Lioli region, Lord nodded. Tianyun did not know that the Lioli region Lord had a problem with him. Instead, he continued to concentrate on condensing the planet. However, in the continuous condensing process, he realized that he did not have enough energy. To be precise, the power of lightning was insufficient. When he condensed it to a certain size, he could not go up anymore. Even if he had energy like the water core, he could not continue condensing it. This meant that he either had to absorb the power of lightning or absorb the lightning core to condense it. It seems that I can't continue. I have to absorb it. Tianyun thought that he could condense it here. It seemed that he was too naive. When he woke up, it was almost time. There were only a few days left. At this moment, the Lioli region Lord stood up and looked at him. Are you cultivating the power of lightning? This more or less. Tianyun was stunned by the sudden question from the Lioli region Lord. Don't cultivate this. It will affect your other progress. Trust me. Give up on this power of lightning. The Lioli region Lord said earnestly. It is not a good thing to cultivate too much. You are quite talented now. It will be fine if you focus on one or two attributes. It will be chaotic if you cultivate too much. I will seriously consider this. Tianyun nodded and did not directly refuse. The Lioli region Lord felt helpless. Hearing what Tianyun said, she knew that he would not give up. Forget it, forget it. It is up to you. I am not your master. I can't control so much. The Lioli region Lord said in a deep voice. Prepare to leave. Are you ready? Her attitude suddenly turned cold. It was obvious that she was very dissatisfied with Tianyun for not listening to her. In her opinion, Tianyun's cultivation was wrong. As a god monarch expert, she knew a little more. Naturally, she could not stand it. Tianyun did not explain anything. He knew that the Lioli region Lord's persuasion was for his own good. But his situation was different. If he did not do this, he would not be able to break through to a higher level, especially since their thoughts were deeply rooted in their minds. Who would believe that there was a 10 refining Earth monarch? Who would believe that there was a 10 refining Earth monarch? Chapter 1287. Disciple is ready. We can depart at any time. Tianyun smiled and didn't explain anything. What Lioli region mistress thought was her business. It had nothing to do with him. Then let's depart now. You should control your strength. Don't let anything happen. Lioli region mistress was still worried, so she reminded him. Region mistress, this is something I can control. There won't be any problems. Tianyun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lioli region mistress was really worried about him. Okay, then let's depart now. Region mistress Lioli brought him along as they left the divine palace. She boarded her own spirit boat and flew towards the outside, as expected of a region mistress level spirit boat. It was a mid-grade, heavenly law level spirit boat. Its price was shocking. Its speed was shocking. However, no matter how shocking it was, it couldn't be compared to Tianyun's teleportation divine stone, which could arrive in an instant. Of course, He had to get the coordinates first. Otherwise, he would have to fly there obediently. Since the teleportation divine stone was very useful, Itianyun bought a lot of teleportation divine stones and set the coordinates one by one. Each teleportation divine stone could set 10 coordinates, so he had to buy a few more. Along the way, Lioli region mistress didn't talk to Itianyun. It wasn't that Itianyun's refusal made her unhappy, so she ignored Itianyun. It was because there wasn't much to talk about. A junior was beside her, so there was nothing to talk about. Unless their cultivation was the same, then there would be a chance for them to talk. Now that their cultivation wasn't equal and there was some friction, they were too lazy to talk. Time passed quickly. The spirit boat flew for a month, but they still hadn't reached their destination. Itianyun observed the situation outside. He knew that they had already left the heavenly spring divine domain and were flying to another divine domain. As for where they were headed, Itianyun didn't know. In short, it was definitely not a simple place. If even Lioli region mistress had an effect on it, it definitely wouldn't be simple. Both of them were meditating and cultivating, and this was how they usually spent their time. Thus, time did not feel unbearable, and it could be said that time passed very quickly. After flying for half a month, the Lioli region master finally opened her eyes. She looked at him and said, "It's almost time. We're about to reach the surrounding area of our destination." Itianyun opened his eyes. He was surrounded by rubble. It looked very chaotic. He had no idea where he was. "Where is this place?" Itianyun asked curiously. "This is the desolate realm of gods, a place with a lot of rocks. You could say that no area is normal. Rocks are everywhere. If we are not careful, even an earth monarch would be severely injured," Region Lord Glazed explained. Itianyun nodded. He could see this point. The flying speed of the rubble outside was too fast. Ordinary earth monarchs wouldn't be able to dodge it. He did not expect that there would be such a dangerous god territory. It was completely different from the other god territories. Through observation, there were no signs of life in the surroundings, only rocks flying everywhere. As for planets, at least for now, there was not a single one. No wonder it was said that only the Lord of Heaven could come here. Even an earth monarch of the 6 or 7 refinements might not be able to withstand this rubble. The safest thing was the Lord of Heaven's cultivation. When the rubble came, he would be able to withstand it. "What kind of special cultivation place is there?" Itianyun asked curiously. "There is a special cultivation place. To be precise, it is a celestial venerate historical site. There are inheritances left by celestial venerates and many insights. More importantly, there is indeed a special place filled with celestial venerate power. It allows us to carefully comprehend the celestial venerate power and strengthen our cultivation in this area," Region Lord Glazed explained. Filled with celestial venerate power. Itianyun was shocked. There was such a special environment. This reminded him of the celestial venerate path. However, the celestial venerate path had a cultivation limit. Not everyone could enter it. Therefore, when they found the celestial venerate path, they could only be envious. Yes, because the pressure there is greater. Without the Lord of Heaven's cultivation, you will not be able to withstand it. The Lord of Heaven is only the most basic cultivation. If it is a little higher, it will undoubtedly be better. Let me remind you first, when the time comes, you must listen to my orders. Do whatever I tell you to do. Do not act on your own. Understand? Region Lord Glazed was unprecedentedly serious. This proved that the place they were going to was extremely dangerous. If she was not careful, even she would die there. When Region Lord Glazed returned with a pale face, it was the best proof. This disciple understands. Eteonyon would definitely not act recklessly. This place was so unfamiliar. Even if he wanted to act recklessly, it would depend on the situation. Immediately, Regent Lord Glaze took out 2 masks, one of which she handed to Eteonyon, and said, "This is a mask to conceal our identity. It will not let other cultivators know which god realm we come from to avoid other disputes." "There are other god realm cultivators?" Eteonyon frowned. He thought it was just the 2 of them. It seemed that she was not the only one who knew about this place. "Yes, and there are many of them. They come from different god realms. But they are all like this. They hide themselves very well, so that others cannot tell where they come from." Regent Lord Glazed said in a deep voice, "This way, if there are any treasures, it will undoubtedly be much easier to take action." Her eyes flashed with cold light. Either she had encountered this kind of thing before, or she had seen others encounter this kind of thing. Eteonyon nodded. No wonder she would wear a mask. If they killed the powerhouses of the other forces like this, the other party would not be able to find out their identity, so naturally there was no way to pursue the matter. The most frightening thing was revenge. Those who came here were not ordinary people. If they were not careful, they could provoke a big force. In short, when the time comes, follow me. Our goal is to cultivate and absorb the power of celestial venerables. As for the other treasures, we do not need to worry about them for the time being. Regent Lord Glazed looked at him and said, "The most important thing for you now is to feel the power of celestial venerables. You are through the celestial venerables path, but in this aspect, the more the better. No one will complain that it is too little. This disciple understands." Eteonyon nodded. It seemed that there would not be any conflict this time. They were simply going there to cultivate and absorb. It was impossible that someone would attack them, right? After flying for a while, Regent Lord Glazed pulled him out of the spirit boat and quickly put the spirit boat into the storage space. At the same time, she waved her hand and smashed the rocks that were crashing over into powder. They had just come down, and there were already so many rocks attacking them. It was indeed very dangerous. Chapter 1288. Although Eteonyon wanted to say that he could handle it himself, the Lioli Territory Lord dragged him along and destroyed the rocks on the side together, so he was more than happy to do so. Therefore, he did not say much and let the Lioli Territory Lord lead him forward. After passing through one area of rubble after another, a special sealed space appeared in front of him. There wasn't a single piece of rock in this area, but the surrounding area was densely packed with rocks that surrounded this sealed space. There were too many rocks there, dozens of times more than outside. It could be said that they formed a thick wall that blocked the outside. "Break!" The Lioli Territory Lord rushed forward with him, and with a sudden wave of her hand, the rocks in front of them were smashed into powder. Immediately, the 2 of them went in with a swoosh. After they disappeared, the rocks on the side were filled up again, and in the blink of an eye, the area returned to its original state. After entering, Eteonyon immediately felt that he was in a special space. There was no flow of energy around him, and everything was so calm. It felt like he had entered a space with nothing. If it was not for the huge statue in front of him, he would really think that he had come to the wrong place. There was a huge statue in front of him that was as big as a planet. The statue maintained a cross-legged posture and just sat in the void. There were circles of energy around the void that wrapped around the huge statue, making it look very sacred. Such a huge statue! How could it be here? When Eteonyon saw the huge statue, he was shocked. He did not know who built such a huge statue there. The statue's appearance could not be seen clearly at all. He felt like he was going blind when he looked up and took a few more glances at it. He hurriedly lowered his head and did not dare to continue to look at the statue. I can't see the statue's appearance at all. The energy is too strong. Tianyun was shocked and felt very shocked. How was he looking at a statue? It was like looking at a heavenly master. Although he had fought with two ultimate gods, he had never had a head-on confrontation. The power displayed by this statue was far from what the evil spiritualist territory lord could compare with. It felt like they were several levels stronger than the evil spirit region lord. It was very likely that this was the statue of an upper Empyrean. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so dazzling. Looks like you've improved quite a bit. You can look at this heavenly sovereign statue a few more times. The colored glaze region master didn't dare to look too much either. She lowered her head and looked down. She didn't dare to raise her head and look at the celestial venerable statue. It's all right, but I can't look at it directly for too long. The power of its might is too strong. I don't know why the statue is here, and it's so huge. Tianyun shook his head. He couldn't even see the statue clearly. He could only see the body, not the face. This is the Empyrean statue. Legend has it that the upper Empyrean passed away here and became this huge statue, Regent Masterglaze explained. An upper Empyrean died here? Tianyun was startled. He asked doubtfully, upper-level heavenly venerables. Logically speaking, their lifespans are already extremely long. Although they can't be said to be immortal, they can at least live for a very long time, right? Nothing is absolute. Even Empyreans have their own problems, Regent Masterglaze explained. The glazed Regent Master explained. Moreover, this is just a rumor. Who knows if an upper-level celestial venerable passed away here? In this statue, it's like a huge tower. The higher you climb, the more benefits you can obtain. It's just that this statue isn't that easy to climb. This time, I brought you here to experience it so that you can break through faster. So I won't climb up, Regent Masterglaze said as she flew forward with him. Along the way, Tianyun saw many cultivators around him, all flying towards the entrance. The entrance of the statue was on the legs of the Empyrean statue, where it was sitting cross-legged. There was a small opening. The cultivation of these powerhouses who came are really not low. Tianyun sized up the cultivators around him. They were all Lord of Heaven and above. Among them, there were loners whose cultivation was above the 6th or 7th stage of the god monarch realm, or even higher. There were also experts like the Regent Lord Colored Glaze, who brought people over. That was a god monarch expert, who brought a few heaven monarchs over. They didn't fight each other. They all flew in separately. Everyone's actions were the same. They came here to comprehend the power of an Empyrean, or to climb up. As there was no conflict of interest, they definitely wouldn't fight. Yes, there are still many cultivators who come here. Generally, there won't be any conflicts. Unless you deliberately provoke others, there won't be any problems. Regent Masterglaze brought him down and soon landed at the entrance. This entrance wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. It was more than 100 feet high, similar to a huge city gate. In the entire huge statue, there was only this exit. As for the other exits, he hadn't seen them yet. They should be able to teleport out. Then, Regent Masterglaze brought him in. After entering, he immediately felt the thick power of an Empyrean spreading inside. The power of an Empyrean came to the entrance and couldn't go out. It was firmly locked inside. The power of an Empyrean is not considered thick. Tianyun immediately gave an evaluation. That's natural. The higher you go, the thicker the power of an Empyrean. You can't compare the situation in the way of Empyrean to this place. It's already very good that this place can let cultivators come in at will. If you want a thicker power of an Empyrean, you have to climb up. Region Master Colored Glaze explained as she pointed to the hole above her head. It was very simple to go up from here. You just had to go up through the entrance. There were no stairs. You just had to fly up. Etionyan nodded. So that's how it was. He thought that it would be disappointing if the density was only this low. This was only the first level. It was good enough that there was an effect. At this time, on the first level, there were many Lord of Heaven meditating and cultivating. Some were alone, and some were sitting in groups and cultivating. This place was very spacious, so there was no need to worry about not having a place to sit. Not to mention meditating, they could even lie down. When the two of them came in, other than glancing in their direction, they couldn't be bothered with the rest. At every moment, there would be people coming in to cultivate. If everyone came in and looked up, there would be no need to cultivate. Etionyan glanced around. The cultivators here were all wearing special masks. They were not willing to show their true faces. Over time, this place had probably become an unspoken rule. Chapter 1289. Let's go down. Glaze Region Master flew down with Etionyan and found an empty space to sit down. Get used to it here first. We'll fly to the second level later, Glaze Region Master said. You've sensed it before. You can go up after familiarizing yourself with it. In order to better grasp it, you'd better stay here for a while. She sat down to meditate, not in a hurry. Anyway, she still had a lot of time. Etionyan nodded. He suddenly thought of something and asked, Have the elders been here before? They've all been here before. From time to time, they'll bring some outstanding disciples here to cultivate. However, only the more outstanding disciples will be brought over. Otherwise, they won't be able to comprehend anything, Glaze Region Master explained. Etionyan had thought that he was the only one who had come. It turned out that the other elders had come. Thinking about it carefully, it was not a big secret. It was normal for the elders to know. Then, he did not say much. He closed his eyes and began to comprehend, absorbing the surrounding heavenly venerate power into his body. The heavenly venerate power was about the same. There was basically no difference. Therefore, it was not that absorbing the vast heavenly venerate power did not mean that the heavenly venerate power here could not be absorbed. It would cause conflict or something. There was no such thing at all. It was very casual absorption to strengthen one's own comprehension. The heavenly venerate power here could not enhance one's cultivation. Staying here was a kind of comprehension, a comprehension of the realm. Originally, the heavenly venerate power could not be absorbed as one's own energy. The difference between the two was too great. How could it be used as energy for cultivation? This was why they specially brought outstanding disciples here. If it were a very ordinary disciple of the Lord of Heaven, it would be meaningless to bring them here and bring them here to sit for a long time without comprehending anything. As Etionyan carefully comprehended, he quickly comprehended a unique energy from the heavenly venerate power. It's the power of magical gold. Etionyan immediately woke up from his comprehension. He had comprehended a special power from the heavenly venerate power. That was the power of magical gold. The power of magical gold was actually the power of metal, but it belonged to a higher level. Many attributes were based on the power of the 5 elements, undergoing a high level of evolution. Power of illusory gold was one of them. Its destructive power was much stronger than ordinary power of gold. Although the power of a heavenly venerate was the same, it contained the power of its owner, which was a different story. What they were comprehending here was the power of illusory gold. It didn't mean that he had to absorb the power of the illusory gold. Instead, he had to comprehend the aura of the illusory gold and convert it into his own power to sharpen himself. You comprehended it so quickly. Regent Mistress Glaze was deeply shocked. She didn't expect that Tianyun would comprehend it so quickly. He had just started to comprehend, but he immediately comprehended it. It felt like he had been here before. Otherwise, how would he know that the power of a heavenly venerate contained the power of magical gold? This required a very subtle comprehension to be comprehended. However, Tianyun was able to comprehend it, and it was very fast too. It was faster than the speed when they first started. Even the glazed region master was ashamed of her inferiority. Yes, I have already comprehended it. Would I lie to you? Tianyun shrugged helplessly. This was not difficult at all. He had already comprehended the power of a heavenly venerate before, so it was even easier to comprehend it here. The Regent Mistress Glaze revealed a suspicious look. You can't lie to me. Otherwise, you won't be able to cultivate on the second level and continue. Regent Mistress, don't you trust me too much? There doesn't seem to be any benefit in lying to you, right? Tianyun felt helpless. It seemed like he still couldn't gain her trust. I just think it's too fast. It's a little exaggerated. The Regent Mistress Glaze coughed lightly. I believe you. Think about it carefully. You were able to complete the heavenly venerate way before. It shouldn't be a problem to comprehend it here. Yes, this place is much weaker than the heavenly venerate way. If I can't even comprehend this, how can I complete the heavenly venerate way? Tianyun was very helpless. It was fast, but there was a foundation. Without this foundation, he would definitely have to spend more time to successfully comprehend it. The Regent Mistress Glaze smiled embarrassedly and hurriedly changed the topic. I'm overthinking this. Let's head to the second level now. The effect on the second level is much better than here. With that said, she took the lead and flew upwards. Tianyun didn't say much and followed her to the second level. The others also flew over here. As long as they could comprehend the power of Golden Mirage, they could head to the second level. Soon, they entered the second level. The second level was no different from the lower level. It was empty, and there was nothing. There was only one space here for them to comprehend. When they entered the second level, the power of heavenly venerate here was several times stronger than the lower level. As soon as Tianyun arrived, the power of heavenly venerate in the surroundings immediately surged over and entered his body. The sharp power of Golden Mirage surged in just like that. Tianyun quickly changed the power of the illusory gold into a gentle one, so that it wouldn't cause any harm to him. A scream came from the side. Those Lord of Heaven, who had just flown up, fell down like meteorites. Several golden rays shot out from their bodies. If they fell like that, even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. The main thing was that once the power of Golden Mirage couldn't be gently absorbed, it would quickly rush out and cause harm to the cultivators who came up. This was why the Regent Mistress Glaze emphasized that they had to comprehend it. Otherwise, they would end up like the cultivators just now and be immediately penetrated by the power of Golden Mirage. The Regent Mistress Glaze hurriedly looked over. Tianyun was safe and sound. I said that I have already comprehended it. Tianyun spread his hands. The Regent Mistress Glaze was concerned about him, so she would naturally emphasize this point. Some people were just trying to be brave, pretending to understand when they didn't. They didn't want to be a burden to their teammates, or they wanted to keep up with their teammates. So they said that they had comprehended it. Now it was immediately reflected, not to mention being a burden to their teammates. They were already a scourge to their teammates. Now that they were injured, the result was even worse. Trying to be brave wasn't a good thing in this place. Then continue to comprehend it here. If you can continue to comprehend it, you will be able to climb up. The Regent Mistress Glaze's eyes were filled with excitement. Your talent is really amazing. It seems like bringing you here personally was the right choice. The other disciples of the Heavenly Spring Divine realm were envious of the Regent Mistress to bring them here personally. The Regent Mistress Glaze was very busy, so it was impossible for her to bring her disciple here personally. Chapter 1290, Tianyun and Colored Glaze Regent Master stayed on the second level to comprehend. The power of the golden mirage here was even denser. What Tianyun needed to do now was to learn how to convert this power and make it his own. This was extremely easy for him, as he had trained in this aspect before. Hence, he easily comprehended it and could immediately head to the third level. All right, I have comprehended it thoroughly and can convert the power of the golden mirage for my own use, Tianyun said as he stood up. The power of the heavenly venerables here was ownerless, so it could be converted for his own use. Although he could not cultivate it, it was not a problem to directly erupt the power of the heavenly venerables that surged into his body. This time, Colored Glaze Regent Master did not doubt him. Previously, Tianyun had used his actions to prove that he had comprehended the power of the golden mirage here. This meant that he could continue moving forward and did not need to stay here all the time. This situation was a little beyond Colored Glaze Regent Master's expectations. She did not expect Tianyun to be so fast. Originally, she thought that it would be very good for Tianyun to be able to comprehend it within a few months. Who knew that it would not take a few months? In just a few days, Tianyun had already succeeded in comprehending it. If not for the precedent, she would really suspect whether Tianyun was lying. It was not that there were no such people. The screams coming from the side were the best proof. If they forced their way up, the result would be serious injuries or death. Those who could survive, even if they were lucky, most of them would die directly. The sharp power of the golden mirage was enough to completely mince the internal organs. It was not a big deal if the internal organs were minced. The key was that if the soul was pierced, it would be deader than dead. For this reason, Colored Glaze Regent Master constantly reminded him to avoid any accidents. Even if Tianyun's physique was very strong, could it be stronger than the power of the heavenly venerables? Unless one reached the level of the heavenly venerables, there was no way to resist it. Only by comprehending the power of this place and comprehending this power would one be able to advance to the next level. This made everyone guess whether the heavenly venerables were recruiting disciples. After all, they were all trying to comprehend the power of illusory gold, so they couldn't help but wonder if they were recruiting disciples. No matter what, most people wanted to climb up first. Even if they couldn't become an Empyrean's disciple, they could at least obtain the corresponding treasures. Soon, they reached the third level. The Empyrean power here was several times stronger than before. Just like the second level, it increased in levels. Tianyun immediately felt a surge of illusory gold power, like countless sharp blades, slicing at his head. Tianyun immediately controlled the surging power of the magic gold. He controlled the brutal power of the magic gold, but in general, he was barely able to withstand it. He almost had to endure the 10,000 swords piercing soul. If his soul was weak, then his soul would be destroyed. The soul was the key. If the body was gone, it could be reconstructed. But if the soul was gone, then it was true death. When he arrived, the number of cultivators around him had greatly decreased. Among them, there were very few Lord of Heaven. Instead, there were quite a lot of divine lords. However, these divine lords' cultivation levels weren't high. They were only at the first or second level. They all stayed here to meditate. Although they could withstand it, When they came up, it didn't mean that they could control it very well. They had to completely break in here before they dared to continue flying up. There are a lot less cultivators here. Tianyun glanced around. It seemed like the difficulty level was really high. The first level might have tens of thousands of cultivators, but the second level had shrunk to 1,000 or two, and the third level had shrunk to a few hundred. Of course, the higher you go, the more difficult it is. However, from the fourth level onwards, the changes are huge. You don't need to go up for now. With your cultivation level, it's already very impressive that you can reach this level. If you continue to go up, it's no longer as simple as meditating. Region Lord Colored Glaze gestured for him to meditate. I'll stand guard beside you. When you're done meditating, I'll bring you back. I can't go up. Tianyun was stunned. It was over just like that. He wanted to continue climbing up the ladder. Your cultivation level is too low. If you want to continue to go up with me, you need to be at least at the later stage of Lord of Heaven or Sir God level. Your cultivation level is too low. After you're done meditating here, you can go back. Meditating on the power of celestial venerables here will be very helpful for your future cultivation, Region Lord Colored Glaze said. Tianyun wanted to say something, but he decided not to. He'd better meditate first. After he was done meditating, he'd explain his situation to Region Lord Colored Glaze. Even if they were to go up together, he definitely wouldn't be a burden. Even though Region Lord Colored Glaze's cultivation level had already reached the peak of Sir God level, he wasn't afraid of Region Lord Colored Glaze if they were to fight. Then he meditated and started meditating quickly. There was no time limit. He didn't want to waste any time. He still had a lot of things to do. While Tianyun was meditating, there was a sudden vibration from above. Circles of light came from above. The Sir Gods' faces changed. They lifted their heads to look at the entrance above. They didn't know what was going on. It's the light of a rare treasure. Region Lord Colored Glaze's face changed. She quickly woke up from her meditation. Some of the other Sir Gods flew up without hesitation. They quickly disappeared at the entrance. These Sir Gods had undoubtedly comprehended it. However, they weren't in a hurry. Instead, they wanted to meditate for a while longer. Now that something had happened above, they immediately rushed up to check on the situation. They wouldn't stay there for long. Meditate here. Don't wander around. Usually, if you don't stir up trouble, no one will come over. Region Lord Colored Glaze said quickly, I might not be able to come back in a short period of time. Remember not to wander around. She didn't wait for Tianyun's reply. She immediately flew up. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared from Tianyun's sight. What's going on? Why is she so anxious? Tianyun frowned. The circles of energy that were constantly emitting made him feel a little different, especially the rare treasure light that Region Lord Colored Glaze mentioned. It was definitely not simple. However, he hadn't succeeded in comprehending it yet. He could only stay there and take a break. I have to quickly comprehend it. Otherwise, there's no way I can go up. Tianyun closed his eyes again. He began to speed up his comprehension. He wanted to comprehend the power of magic gold. However, it wasn't difficult for him. The difficulty was higher than before. However, he had a stable foundation. He didn't need to worry about that. After a few days of continuous comprehension, he suddenly opened his eyes. 2 beams of light shot out. I've finally comprehended it. I'll go up to the 4th level now. Chapter 1291. After Tianyun was done with his comprehension, he immediately flew to the entrance of the passageway leading to the 4th level. However, his actions were seen by many cultivators. Does this kid have a death wish? He only has the cultivation of the Lord of Heaven, and He wants to go to the 4th level? Does he think that he can go to the 4th level just because he has comprehended it? Who cares? No one can stop him if he wants to die. We just have to cultivate properly. That's true. These people can't die off, no matter how hard they try. Everyone thinks that they are invincible. The cultivators below started to mock and ridicule Etienne. They felt that he was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. He thought that he could go to the 4th level as he pleased just because he had comprehended it. If it were that easy, they would have gone up a long time ago. Why would they need to stay here and comprehend it? Etienne couldn't be bothered with them. What they said was true, but it didn't apply to him. He had always been prepared. He was not the kind of person who was unprepared, nor was he the kind of person who was incomparably arrogant. Soon, he entered the 4th level area. As soon as he entered, the familiar power of golden mirage surged over from all directions and entered his body. The power of golden mirage was undoubtedly stronger than the one below. It seemed like it was the same old trick. There were no changes. The power of golden mirage was still surging in. Etienne immediately controlled it and converted the overbearing power of golden mirage into a gentle power that he could control. The excess power was released slightly by him. Every cultivator who entered did the same unless they cultivated the power of golden mirage. Otherwise, what they needed to do was to constantly release the power of golden mirage. Otherwise, it would accumulate in their bodies and cause their bodies to explode when it reached a certain level. Etienne wanted to absorb the power of golden mirage. However, the power of golden mirage that contained the power of a heavenly venerate wasn't that easy to absorb. He needed a gentler power of golden mirage to be able to absorb it. Perhaps he would be able to absorb it if his comprehension of the power of golden mirage was at a higher level. However, this wasn't the key. He had just arrived, so the first thing he paid attention to wasn't the power of golden mirage around him. Instead, he sized up his surroundings. What came into view was not a spacious area, but a dense bamboo forest. However, this bamboo forest was no ordinary bamboo forest. Instead, it was a golden bamboo forest that was formed from the power of illusory gold. It was densely packed and even towered into the sky. It was no ordinary bamboo forest. Just by relying on his line of sight, he was immediately blocked by the dense bamboo forest. He couldn't see too far away. As for the powerful spiritual sense, it couldn't spread too far. At most, it could only spread a few miles. This was the territory of an upper-level Empyrean. Etienne's spiritual sense was very strong, but it was useless here. The majority of his strength was completely sealed by the power of an Empyrean, and he could only explore a small area. This bamboo forest, created by the power of illusory gold, Etienne found it very strange. How could it be displayed in such a way? The surroundings were filled with the power of fantasy gold. This could be said to be a paradise for fantasy gold energy. When he came up, he immediately felt waves of fluctuations coming from the front. He didn't think too much about it. He immediately flew over there quickly to see what kind of treasure it was that made the glazed region master fly up impatiently. However, as soon as he entered the bamboo forest, the bamboo, which looked like sections, suddenly split into countless sections and crazily penetrated towards Etienne. He was surrounded inside and out, and there was no place to escape. Etienne's eyes flashed. He immediately held the starry divine spear tightly in his hand and aimed it in front of him. He hacked a big hole in the bamboo that penetrated towards him. The phantom image behind him immediately rose up, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared on the spot and fled forward at top speed. Even the illusory gold bamboo couldn't catch up with his crazy speed. Even if it suddenly attacked, Etienne could quickly dodge it, and it didn't even graze him. However, The illusory gold bamboo was very sharp. When the attack missed, it stabbed into the ground and penetrated several miles before stopping. The ground was also solidified by the power of illusory gold. If it could penetrate such a deep distance, it was enough to show how terrifying the bamboo was. No wonder people say that the power of the Lord of Heaven is courting death if they come up. Looking at this situation, they are indeed courting death. Eteonyon quickly dodged the illusory gold bamboo around him. With the combination of power and speed, one would need to be at least at the later stage of the Lord of Heaven to be able to dodge it easily. Otherwise, there was no way to dodge it at all. As for Sir God cultivation, it would be easier here. As Eteonyon dodged, he constantly refined the power of illusory gold and understood the deeper meaning within it. If he wanted to fly to a higher level, he had to completely understand the power of illusory gold on this level. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to enter the next level. If he forced his way in, he would naturally end up like those cultivators before him. His body would be penetrated by the power of illusory gold. As Eteonyon got closer, the range of the halo became larger and larger. It was obvious that he was ready to reach his destination. The exit is right in front. Eteonyon's eyes lit up. He saw that the number of illusory gold bamboo in front of him was decreasing rapidly. This meant that the exit was right in front of him. His speed suddenly increased, and he drew a red shadow in the air. The attacks of the illusory gold bamboo behind him and beside him quickly missed. The illusory gold bamboo that penetrated the front was directly hit by him and turned into a golden powder. Finally, he rushed out of the illusory gold bamboo area and entered a spacious place, a teleportation portal. What he saw was not a rare treasure, but a teleportation portal. The teleportation portal kept emitting circles of light, which meant that the real destination was not here at all. It seems that the area where the rare treasure appears is on a higher level. Eteonyon frowned. He thought that he would see the rare treasure, but it was not on this level. The passageway to this level was not like the lower levels, where one only needed to fly high into the sky. Instead, one had to pass through a dangerous checkpoint before one could go to a higher level. Thinking about it, he really thought that he was too naive. How could the rare treasure appear on such a lower level? He didn't know how many levels there were. A treasure that even the Lioli region Lord couldn't resist would definitely not be simple, and it would not appear on the lower levels. However, he wasn't in a hurry to enter. Instead, he meditated at the side and continued to understand the power of illusory gold. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to go up. Moreover, he wasn't the only one here. There were many Sir Gods who were here to understand. Chapter 1292. A Lord of Heaven slaughtered his way into their line of sight, shocking many divine lords. It was rare for a Lord of Heaven to slaughter his way over, especially alone. It was normal if he was led by an expert. Just the fact that he came alone was enough to shock them. But shock was shock. After casually sizing up Eteonyon, they could not be bothered with him. After all, what others did was their business. It had nothing to do with them. Hence, all of them continued to cultivate, ignoring Eteonyon. After Eteonyon came over, he glanced at them, then sat down to continue meditating. He had not completely comprehended it, so he naturally needed to follow and comprehend it. The others did not come over to make things difficult for him. As long as there was no conflict of interest, no one would bother with him, especially since he charged over alone. It proved that he was quite capable. If there was no problem, no one would bother with him. They all needed to busy themselves with their own matters. They were all anxious to comprehend it so that they could fly to a higher level. The light of this treasure had been affecting them, making them want to go up and explore. Who knew they might be able to earn a fortune? This was the territory of an upper heavenly venerable. Any random treasure was enough to make them covet it. Just as Etienne thought that everything was fine, a cold voice suddenly sounded in his ear. "Brat, hand it over obediently. You must have some sort of treasure to be able to kill your way here alone, right? Lend us one or two to play with. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." Etienne opened his eyes and saw 3 second and third level Divine Lord cultivators surrounding him. Didn't they say that if he did not provoke others, others would ignore him? Seems like there are still many greedy people. Etienne immediately knew why. Because he had charged over alone, and his cultivation was at the level of a Lord of Heaven. In their opinion, he definitely relied on some treasure. Otherwise, he would have died along the way. Hence, what they coveted was naturally Etienne's treasure. When the other divine lords looked over, their eyes were filled with schadenfreude. This was the outcome of being alone. Unless one's cultivation was relatively high, they would definitely be bullied by others. "Don't disturb my enlightenment," Etienne replied indifferently. "Yo, you're quite arrogant? Do you think you're invincible just because you passed through the illusory golden bamboo forest? Big brother, what's the point of talking so much with him? Let's just kill him and snatch his things to see what's so good about them. Even if we can't go up, we can still make a fortune." That's right. There's no need to be polite with him. He's just the Lord of Heaven. What can he do? The 3 god monarchs were confident that they could suppress Etienne. That was because this was an attempt. There was no way to make up for a large leap in cultivation level. Skipping realms could still make up for it, but skipping realms wasn't a good thing. It was a pity that Etienne was an existence that surpassed common sense. Ordinary divine lords were trash to him. Etienne's gaze turned cold. He took out the star's divine spear and stabbed it into the ground. "This is my treasure. Try taking a step forward if you can." A superior grade heavenly path weapon. Their eyes lit up. They didn't expect the Lord of Heaven to have a superior grade heavenly path weapon with many divine markings on it. This caused the eyes of the other divine lords to be filled with greed. Most of the divine lords had middle grade heavenly path treasures. There were very few superior grade heavenly path treasures. They didn't expect the Lord of Heaven to have a superior grade heavenly path weapon. He might even have more treasures. The other divine lords were tempted. They couldn't go up, but snatching some treasures back was a good choice. "Then I'll try taking a step forward. Let's see what you can do." One of the Sir Gods took a step forward and extended his hand to grab the starry divine spear. He wanted to snatch it away. When the divine monarch's palm was about to touch the spear, Etienne's eyes turned cold and he stretched out his hand. The star divine spear turned into an arrow and pierced through the divine monarch, nailing him to the ground. The ground that was formed from the power of mirage was pierced through by the star's divine spear. "How dare you touch my weapon with your filthy hands?" Etienne stood up, grabbed the star divine spear's shaft, and pulled it upwards. The divine monarch didn't even have time to react before he was split in half. The violent power destroyed the divine lord to the point that not even dregs were left. The sudden change gave everyone a fright. A divine lord was killed just like that. You killed third brother. I'm going to kill you." The divine monarch next to Etienne roared and unleashed his divine monarch second level power. He quickly took out a long sword and attacked Etienne. The attacks were like a rain of swords. There was nowhere to hide from the concentrated attacks. A divine lord was a divine lord. No matter how weak he was still a divine lord. The power of heaven and earth that he could use was shocking. He could control a large area. Tianyun couldn't be bothered to take another look. He swung the star's divine spear and ignored the rain of swords. He pierced through the rain of swords and shattered them. This power, he was shocked. He knew that they had kicked a metal plate, but it was too late. The star's divine spear had pinned him to the ground. Just like his third brother, he was killed by Tianyun's spear. With the power of a divine lord, he should be able to recover his physical body quickly. But against Tianyun's violent energy, his recovery speed couldn't keep up. He was easily killed. Then Tianyun pulled out the star's divine spear and looked coldly at the remaining divine lord. With just one look, the divine lord took a few steps back and looked at him in fear. You are still the power of the Lord of Heaven. You are hiding your strength. It is important whether I am hiding my strength or not. Those who offend me must die. Tianyun didn't say much. Without hesitation, he swung his spear and attacked. In the blink of an eye, he pierced through the divine lord and turned into a pile of ashes. Then he caught fire. The terrifying speed calmed the divine lords down. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. They couldn't move a single step. 3 divine lords were gone just like that. Killing them was as easy as drinking water. They died instantly. What terrifying power. It's not the cultivation of the Lord of Heaven, right? Is this the cultivation of the Lord of Heaven? I suspect that he is hiding his power. He might even have the power of a late-stage divine lord. That's right. If not, how could he be killed instantly? I don't believe that he is the Lord of Heaven. They didn't believe that a Lord of Heaven could easily kill a divine lord. Chapter 1293. Tianyun sat back down to meditate. It made the divine lords look at each other and see the fear in each other's eyes. Thankfully, they were not rash, or they would have been the ones to die. They could not even see Tianyun's attack. They suspected that they were not on the same level. His cultivation level is concealed too well. After he calms down, it feels like he is the Lord of Heaven. He is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Let's see who dares to provoke him. When the time comes, he will take advantage of their carelessness and attack quickly. Who can stop him? Come to think of it, he definitely did not rely solely on treasures for him to be able to charge over alone. He definitely relied on his own abilities. It's best not to provoke him. Thankfully, I did not think too much. All of them had a lingering fear. His cultivation level was not much stronger than the 3 that had been instantly killed. They were instantly killed in a blink of an eye. Just thinking about it was horrifying. It felt like a divine lord was made of water. One strike, and they would explode, turning them into a pool of stagnant water. Little did they know that Tianyun was not concealing his cultivation level. He was the Lord of Heaven's cultivation level. It was just that they had mistakenly believed that Tianyun was at the divine lord level. He was very satisfied that they were intimidated and did not continue to disturb him. This was the effect he wanted. His current goal was to rush up and put everything else aside. Almost there. Just a little more, and I will be able to fully comprehend it. Tianyun's comprehension was very fast. It was mainly because the difficulty was not high that he could comprehend it so quickly. While he was rapidly comprehending it, there was already an earth-shattering change in the 5th level. The light of the treasure was emitted from here. It was released circle after circle from the ball in front of him. It was a huge sphere that looked very strange. The main thing was that this huge sphere was formed from 10 small spheres, which then condensed into one big sphere. Each sphere was engraved with dense divine runes. As they were too far away, they could not see what they were. Many divine lords surrounded it in circles. No one dared to go down to take the sphere. wasn't that they didn't want to take the ball, but if they went down, they would immediately be repelled by the ball. At the very least, they would be injured, and at the very least, they would die. I don't believe that I can't break this sphere. One of the late Divine Lord powerhouses clenched his teeth and rushed downwards. A thick layer of armor appeared around his body, able to withstand extremely strong attacks. However, just as he reached the bottom, the round ball suddenly blossomed with a dazzling light, and one of the 10 small balls immediately popped out. His speed was as fast as lightning. With a schwa, he sent the late-stage god monarch flying. The originally sturdy armor was pierced through, leaving a large hole in it. Blood spurted out continuously, dyeing a large area red. After the cultivator was sent flying, he struggled to get up. His body looked fine, but in fact his internal injuries were severe and he was in great pain. "How are you?" His companions quickly flew over and dragged him out. "The insides of my body are mostly destroyed. Fortunately, my soul wasn't injured." The cultivator gasped. The tearing pain made him unable to move. "So powerful? Your defensive power is quite strong. Even a middle-grade, heavenly Tao weapon shouldn't be able to harm you in a short period of time. That ball is too powerful. The terrifying impact probably has the effect of a half-step heavenly venerable." The cultivator revealed a bitter smile. Previously, he thought that those cultivators were too weak and had been sent flying, unable to approach the ball. But after he tried it, he realized how terrifying it was. When the other cultivators saw this, their expressions changed. This cultivator was from the giant rock race, and his defensive power was definitely top-notch. But such a strong defense was still unable to withstand a single blow. It was truly terrifying. Region Lord Glazed watched from the side. She didn't make a move, but watched their actions from the side. She wasn't a reckless person. Someone who could sit on the position of Region Lord was definitely not simple. "This treasure is so amazing. I'm afraid it's at the level of an Empyrean spirit treasure, right?" Region Lord Glazed looked at the ball carefully. All 10 of the balls could attack. When she came up, it was already here. This ball should have fallen from the sky and directly smashed a big hole in the ground. If they wanted to get it, they had to run down. But if they ran down, they would be attacked by this ball, and they had no idea how to get it. It could be said that there was a treasure, but there was no way to get it. They were at a loss. Just when they thought they were going to stare at it, suddenly this huge ball instantly split into 10 balls and penetrated in all directions. With a swoosh, they disappeared into the surrounding forest. Coincidentally, one of them flew in the direction of Region Lord Glazed. Region Lord Glazed's eyes lit up, and she quickly turned and chased after the light. Her speed was amazing. She turned into a blue light and rushed straight ahead. She immediately displayed the power of a peak Divine Lord. In the blink of an eye, she chased in the direction of the ball. Then there was a loud boom in front of her. Obviously, the ball had smashed into the ground. Region Lord Glazed quickly flew over and saw that the small ball had smashed into the ground, creating another big hole. She rushed over and picked up the small ball. She looked at it carefully and realized that there was a number 8 engraved on it. This meant that this ball might be the number 8 ball. She didn't know what to use it for, but she knew it definitely wasn't that simple. She immediately kept it and prepared to leave. Just as she was about to leave, many Divine Lord experts surged in from all directions. Among them, there was no lack of Divine Lord level 7 or 8. Some of their cultivations weren't as good as hers, but they had the advantage in numbers. Suddenly, there were more than 10 Divine Lords surrounding her, making it impenetrable. This beauty hand over the treasure obediently, and we will let you off. No, hand it to us. If you hand it to us, we won't pursue it either. There were more than 10 people here, and there were 2 teams. They didn't like each other and were wary of each other's actions. Region Lord Glazed frowned. It seemed like it wasn't a good thing to be alone here. Swoosh. Region Lord Glazed didn't say anything more. She immediately turned into a water shadow and dashed forward. She knocked away a divine lord who was blocking her way. No one had expected that Region Lord Glazed would directly rush over. She didn't even bother to negotiate with them. Region Lord Glazed was a ruthless character. How could she give up the treasure so easily? If it was a heavenly, venerable spiritual treasure, it would greatly increase the power of the heavenly spring divine realm. Go after her! They shouted angrily and quickly chased in the direction of Region Lord Glazed, not letting her escape. Chapter 1294. The colored glaze region master wasn't slow, but the cultivators chasing after her weren't slow either. They chased after her one after another, all fuming. They were supposed to have a good negotiation, but she actually escaped. Damn it, I didn't expect this woman to be so stubborn. She's alone, and yet she's so bold. Wait, and see how I'll deal with her after I catch her. Hee, if we don't let her see the power of us men, she won't know what kind of existence she's facing. Their expressions were somewhat dirty, especially when it came to conquering a woman with a high cultivation. To them, it was undoubtedly an even more exciting existence. The colored glaze region master in front could hear their words. Her beautiful eyes turned cold, and a light blue ribbon appeared in her hand. The next moment, she suddenly turned back. Originally, they were already fast enough. Now that they turned back, the distance between them instantly shortened by a large margin. At this time, the colored glaze region master quickly waved the ribbon and had them fling it over. Among them, the 2 God Lord powerhouses with the louder mouths were immediately wrapped up by the ribbon and then violently strangled. They didn't even have time to scream before they were shredded by the blue ribbon. Then, the ribbon was quickly pulled back. There wasn't a single drop of blood on it. At the same time, she said coldly, "Your mouths are really stinky." The aura of a half-step heavenly venerate was immediately displayed, scaring those cultivators into dodging to the side, giving them a fright. Half-step heavenly venerate cultivation? They were all frightened. They thought that it was just a 4th or 5th level god, Lord Cultivation, who knew that it was the power of a half-step heavenly venerate, giving them a fright. Immediately, they divided into 2 groups. One group had 2 people killed, and their faces were gloomy. It seemed like there was no way to get back unless the other party joined forces. Join forces with us to subdue this woman. When the time comes, the ball will belong to you, and the rest of the treasures will belong to us. How about it? The one who was killed shouted. They didn't want to let the colored glaze region master go. The other group immediately smiled and said, "Deal." They didn't bargain much, facing a half-step heavenly venerate existence. If they were to negotiate slowly, it was simply courting death. At the next moment, the other batch of 6 Sir God experts immediately spread out. They immediately unleashed their powerful powers and enveloped a large portion of the area. At the same time, their powers were connected like a dense net, locking down the direction of the glazed region master's escape. Ceiling formation? Looks like you guys are pretty good, but it just so happens that we also know how to do it. The other group also immediately set up a ceiling formation, spreading out to a suitable distance. Following that, they all released their strongest power. When the invisible power linked together, it would form a shared power. Under the situation of sharing power, his strength would increase greatly, and he would be able to fight those of a higher level. The only flaw was that it was not flexible enough. For example, If they chased after him, they wouldn't be able to catch up. But in terms of encirclement, this was undoubtedly the best choice. The name of the ceiling formation was the best proof. If a few cultivators used it, the effect would not be very obvious. Now that almost 10 people used it, the power would be extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, they were ready. It was obvious that they had practiced this many times. Otherwise, they would not be so harmonious. If they were all connected together, the power would be even stronger. Fortunately, they were not together. Otherwise, the power would be multiplied. The ceiling formation was a low-grade, heavenly Tao martial art. It was widely spread, and there were basically no restrictions. It could be said to be one of the cheapest, low-grade, heavenly Tao martial arts. Why was it so cheap? The main reason was that it required many people to practice and cooperate in order to bring out the effect. The most difficult part of cultivating it was the cooperation. Everyone needed to practice many times before the effect could be improved. The power could be said to be amazing, but because it required many people to cooperate, one person could not use it at all. Hence, the price was relatively low, and one could buy it with a few star stones. Now, after one group of people used it, the power directly surpassed the glazed region master's strength. They had the strength of a half-step heavenly venerable, or even stronger. As for the other group, even if 2 of them were killed, they also had the strength of a half-step heavenly venerable after using it. Their combined strength was the result of their combined cultivation. There were fewer people on this side, but their cultivation was at the 7th or 8th level God Lord level. After joining forces, their strength naturally would not be too bad. In a short time, the 2 of them immediately sealed off all the areas, causing the glazed region master's face to darken. It could be said that she did not even have the chance to mess up. The other party immediately gathered and used it. It was obvious that this was not the first time. If one wanted to jump levels to fight, the speed at which they gathered must be fast enough. If they slowly gathered and surrounded the other party, it would already be too late. After the 2 sides joined forces, the glazed region master immediately fell into a disadvantage. However, the glazed region master did not despair. It could be said that she did not hesitate at all. The moment they gathered, she had already attacked the side with the fewer people. The blue ribbons in her hands transformed into blue water splashes that crashed towards them. The surging water attribute power turned into wave after wave, crashing forward. Block her. They immediately attacked together. The combined strength of several people quickly condensed into one, turning into a giant palm that slapped over, slapping the surging waves and blue water splashes back. The first wave of attacks was evenly matched. Even the power of a half-step heavenly venerable could still be resisted. The purpose of researching this martial art was to do so. It was to jump levels to fight, not to let those with lower cultivation just sit and wait for death. Don't forget, there's still us. The group of people behind the glazed region master, who did not know when, had already attacked this side. The glazed region master's face darkened. Following a turn of her body, a ray of light emerged from her body, instantly turning her into an incomparably beautiful water goddess. Her power rose again. This is the power of the water goddess suppression. Their faces darkened, and they immediately suppressed the greatest power. The 2 sides collided wildly. Boom! The glazed region master was knocked back. There was no way for her to escape. She had been firmly sealed here. When she was about to counterattack, the group of people behind her had already launched a sneak attack. They would not wait for the glazed region master to react before attacking. A pincer attack would allow them to maximize their advantage. Damn it! The glazed region master quickly turned around to block, but she was still half a beat too late. Her defense was not in time, and she was sent flying. After spinning several times in the air, she landed steadily on the ground. However, the blood at the corner of her mouth showed that she was injured, not unscathed. You want to escape by yourself? They sneered. Even a half-step, heavenly venerable can't do it. The sealing array is specially designed to deal with people like you. The glazed region master frowned. Just as she was about to throw caution to the wind, a voice came from the side. I wonder what will happen if I join. A familiar voice came from the side. The glazed region master looked up and was immediately stunned. The person who walked over was none other than Tianyun. She did not expect Tianyun to appear here, which meant that she needed to comprehend 2 levels of the power of magical gold to be able to stand here. Chapter 1295. Tianyun's appearance stunned the others. After a quick glance, they wondered if their eyes were playing tricks on them. It turned out to be a Lord of Heaven level cultivator. What the hell? A Lord of Heaven has come to this level? They felt incredulous. From the 4th level onwards, it was not as simple as comprehending the power of magical gold. They had to withstand the terrifying attacks from all directions, wave after wave. It was difficult for a Lord of Heaven level cultivator to come here. They might be able to withstand the attacks on the 4th level, but it was impossible for them to withstand the attacks on the 5th level. However, there was a Lord of Heaven standing in front of them. They wondered if their eyes were playing tricks on them. Kid, don't be a hero. If you come any closer, it will be your turn. Someone immediately shouted, signaling for Tianyun to stay away. They did not dare to relax their sealing formation. It was usually effective against the cultivators inside. If it was used against those outside, they would have to change directions. However, if they changed directions, how would the region master Liuli deal with it? The region master Liuli's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. She quickly recovered. She felt the same as the others. Why would the Lord of Heaven appear here? The key was that there did not seem to be any problems. It was obvious that this place could not cause any harm to him. Is that so? I don't really want to care. However, the person you have trapped is my companion, so I need to take care of him. Tianyun waved the starry divine spear in his hand. He sneered and said, as long as I attack slightly, your sealing formation will be broken. It looks unbreakable, but that is only for those inside. A mere Lord of Heaven cultivator. I don't know how you came up, but it seems that you must have used the power of others to come up, right? If you have the ability, come closer and try. I guarantee that you will die first. They were not worried that a Lord of Heaven would sneak up on them. The main thing was that their cultivation was too low to cause any harm. As long as one of them could spare some strength to counterattack, the Lord of Heaven would be blasted to pieces. Don't be impulsive. I can get out. Region Master Liuli said in a low voice. She had already begun to circulate her energy. As a region lord, she couldn't possibly only have this little bit of life-saving ability. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to come up here so casually. I know you have some skills, but there are still many cultivators around who are eyeing you covetously. Tianyun shrugged his shoulders. There were quite a number of cultivators staring at them. They didn't rush over as they wanted to reap the benefits. The 10 balls were released in different areas, attracting many cultivators to chase after them. It could be said that they were divided into 10 camps. Overall, the number of cultivators in each region was about the same. It was obviously not worth it for too many people to chase after a ball. Glaze Region Lord was startled. What Yishiwen said was true. She could also sense the covetous gazes from all directions. If she were to escape, she would soon be stopped by other cultivators. If she was stopped by this group of people, they might not make a move. After all, this group of cultivators who stopped her were not weak. If they were to explode, no one would be able to withstand them. But just as she was about to say something, Tianyun had already disappeared from the spot. Including the experts who trapped Glay's region lord, no one knew what happened. They only saw Tianyun disappear from the spot. Puchi, a long spear pierced through one of the cultivators. With a flick to the side, the cultivator was split in half and died instantly. He wouldn't show any mercy to these cultivators. Showing mercy would only lead to his own death. First, Puchi. Second, Puchi. Third, Etienne's speed was astonishing. He went all out without any reservations. With the speed of the Phoenix power, he was so fast that they couldn't even see him clearly. In addition, he was wearing the evil Lord of Heaven suit, which increased his speed by 100 times. It could be said that he crushed their speed in all aspects. So what if he was a 7th-level God Lord? So what if his combined strength was comparable to a half-step heavenly venerable? The biggest weakness of the sealing array was that it couldn't move quickly. Therefore, against a speed-type opponent, the sealing array would definitely break. What a fast speed. Quick, spread out. His speed is too fast. All of them panicked. In the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 of their companions were killed. If they stayed here, foolishly, they would be courting death. They thought that they could still fight back. Now, it seemed that they were wrong. This wasn't some Lord of Heaven, but a powerful God Lord. This speed and strength definitely had the cultivation of a late-stage God Lord. He killed them all. Want to escape? Can you escape? Etianyun was on a killing spree. How could he miss out on so many delicious experience points? One spear killed a God Lord as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. Previously, it was hard to kill a God Lord. Now, it was a piece of cake. There was no pressure at all. In the blink of an eye, Etianyun killed a few more God Lords consecutively. Their companions were dead. Even if they wanted to take revenge, after seeing how fierce Etianyun was, it would be good if they could survive, let alone take revenge. Run. Some of them burned their blood essence without hesitation, bursting out their greatest potential. Now, they didn't dare to hold back. They directly used all of their strength to run as fast as they could. When they were about to run, a blue figure floated over and blocked their way. He stretched out his hand and threw out a blue ribbon, trapping them. Before they could struggle, they were shredded by the blue ribbon. At the same time, a beautiful figure entered their sight. That person was Region Master Lioli. Do you think he's alone? When Region Master Lioli was fierce, he was an expert of a region. He could absolutely shake the world. To be able to become the Region Master of the Heavenly Spring Divine Realm, he couldn't be weak. We were wrong. Let us go. They could only beg for mercy. But before they could finish, a cold light pierced through them and killed them. That person was Etianyun. With so many experience points, how could he let them go? If we let you go, we would be fools. After killing them, Etianyun smiled at Region Master Lioli. Don't you think so? With so many people staring at them, he definitely wouldn't call out their real names. They looked like a pair of good friends chatting. That's right. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. Region Master Lioli said coldly. If you want to take away my pearl, you have to see if you have the ability to do so. If you don't have the ability, go and find other pearls. Maybe you'll have a better chance. What they said was for the cultivators around them, so that they would give up on the idea. Chapter 1296. The strength that Etianyun displayed was basically no different from a late-stage God Lord, especially that speed. It was even more amazing than a half-step heavenly venerable. The two of them together were not invincible. That sealing array was powerful, but the restrictions were too strong. Just Yi Tianyun's speed alone could kill a large number of them in seconds. The sealing array that the two camps displayed just now was powerful enough. It was basically comparable to the strength of a half-step heavenly venerable, but compared to a true half-step heavenly venerable, it was still a far cry. Just in terms of agility, it was already a big difference. Only those who were surrounded would be at a disadvantage. If there was a half-step Empyrean behind them, they would be completely annihilated. After the surrounding cultivators left, Region Master Lioli quickly flew over and looked him up and down. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. The reality was clearly in front of her, but she still felt that it was inconceivable. Yi Tianyun only had the cultivation of the Lord of Heaven, but the power that he erupted was actually equivalent to the cultivation of a God Lord. It was not far from her, especially his speed. It was faster than hers. Unless she erupted with all her strength, she would be much slower than Yi Tianyun. The two could not be compared. Your cultivation, what's going on? No, isn't it the cultivation of the Lord of Heaven? She said in horror. It is the cultivation of the Lord of Heaven. Can't you feel it, Region Master? Yi Tianyun said with a slight smile. It is indeed the cultivation of the Lord of Heaven. There really is no change. It is not the aura of a God Lord, but the power that you displayed just now has already surpassed the level of the Lord of Heaven. It is far from the power that the Lord of Heaven can release. Region Master Lioli still felt that it was inconceivable. It was simply beyond her common sense. This may be related to the martial arts that I cultivate. Only then can I erupt with stronger power. Yi Tianyun explained with a smile. Then what is your cultivation now? Region Master Lioli asked. The Lord of Heaven is probably at the pinnacle. With a little more effort, he should be able to break through to the God Lord realm. Yi Tianyun said. However, this was not a lie. As long as he condensed the third planet, he would be able to break through immediately. Even if he didn't condense it, he could still break through. The peak of the Lord of Heaven, the colored glaze, Region Master said in shock. Didn't you not break through to the Lord of Heaven before? How did you break through so quickly and reach the peak in such a short time? Previously, when Yi Tianyun said that he was going to break through, not too much time had passed. Even if a few years had passed, it was still a matter of time for them. Putting everything else aside, just breaking through from the first layer of the Lord of Heaven to the pinnacle in less than a few years was enough to shock her. It could be said that she was dumbfounded. She had never seen anyone so fast. If it were any other cultivator, it would take decades to break through to the next level, which was considered very fast. Anyway, with the cultivation of the Lord of Heaven, one's lifespan was already very long, at least tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. Now, Yi Tianyun had already broken through to the pinnacle in less than a few years. This shocked the experienced and knowledgeable Region Master, Lioli. Well, I broke through while cultivating. Yi Tianyun smiled embarrassedly. Broke through while cultivating? What are you talking about? The Region Master, Lioli, felt a little speechless. Others cultivated with all their might and still could not break through to the Lord of Heaven's pinnacle cultivation. However, according to Yi Tianyun, he broke through casually. This was not something they could imagine. Cough, cough. You don't have to worry about this. Region Master, I wonder if I can work with you this way? I don't think this will be a burden to you, right? Yi Tianyun said, with a smile. If this is a burden to me, then everyone is a burden to me. Region Master Lioli asked, why didn't you tell me before? I thought you had just broken through to the first level of the Lord of Heaven. You didn't ask. If you didn't ask, how could I tell you? Should I tell you that I have broken through to the pinnacle as soon as I see you? Moreover, you didn't even give me a chance to say it. You told me to comprehend the power of the magical gold, so I didn't have time to say it. Tianyun spread his hands innocently, feeling very helpless. That's true. I didn't expect you to have such strength. It seems that the two of us can fight together. I was just thinking about whether or not to contact the elders to help. Now it seems that even if the elders come, they are not as strong as you. Region Master Lioli sighed. This was really too scary. The power that exploded just now made her heart palpitate. She had never seen such a ferocious Lord of Heaven before. Originally, he was still her junior, but now the power he exploded was comparable to her. Their status was basically the same. Region Master, I don't know what you got, but they have been chasing you relentlessly. Tianyun had just arrived when he saw Region Master Lioli being besieged. He didn't know what had happened. Let's go hide over there, for a while. Region Master Lioli led him to hide to the side. At the same time, she took out the pearl. There was a 8 carved on it. After she turned it around, there were some divine patterns on it, but these divine patterns were too profound. She couldn't understand them at all. This is the treasure that you got, Region Master? Tianyun looked at the pearl. After carefully examining it, he activated the appraisal 10 lives pearl. There are a total of 10 pearls. When gathered together, it is a celestial venerable spirit treasure. When separated, the effect is equal to a high-grade heavenly path treasure. Its power is amazing, and it can explode with extreme penetrating power. Each pearl contains a different power of the magical gold. He didn't expect this thing to be a celestial venerable spirit treasure, but when separated, it can only be regarded as a high-grade heavenly path treasure. Even so, only when gathered together could it be regarded as a real treasure. One could not be used at all. Moreover, this was an object with an owner. How could it be used so casually? Perhaps it could be used as a brick. Yes, this is the treasure I got. I don't know what it is used for. Region Master Lioli said in a low voice. Glazed Region Master said in a low voice, but it seems like it's a very important existence. Perhaps it's the key to reaching the 6th level. The key to reaching the 6th level can't be reached before? Tianyun was puzzled. Yes, the 6th level can't be reached at all. The entrance is tightly shut, but the 5th level is enough for us to wander around blindly. There are many treasures here, provided that you can find them. Region Master Lioli looked around. The difference between the 5th and 4th level was that there was a large forest. These forests were formed by the power of the magical gold, but they were not as fierce as the 4th level. They would constantly attack. It was really like a tree staying there, not causing them any harm. Then let's go to the 6th level and try to see if we can enter. Tianyun thought for a moment. There was no point in staying here. It was better to go to the 6th level.